Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down and lay down when we stomping. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down and lay down when we stomping. It's the clash of the titans. In the dimension where infinity gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess, build and destroy, decipher. Intellectual sword will slice ya, or whatever the fight you recommend. Surgical, precise pin, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them booms gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm to box you in. Got a paradigms in the box you in, make a paradigm shift, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. It's the clash of the titans.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
What up, family? It's your boy Humble Mystic in the building today. And y'all already know what's up. We got my brother A1 and my brother Quantum on the stage with me. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all?
Peace.
Now, family, what's up, y'all? Now, family, before I get into it today, I just want to let y'all know I'm not trying to convert nobody, right? I'm just coming as a student of philosophical naturalism just to share some insightful information on the subject matter, right? And also, I want to clarify a couple of things that was misrepresented when was talked about, Cosmon. You know I heard you out there talking, bro. But I just want to start with the first. Let's just start with the first thing of the definition, right? The standard definition. What is naturalism? A philosophical worldview. A philosophical worldview, family, right? It's not a religious worldview. It's not a worldview that hold that hat on beliefs. It's not none of that. It's a philosophical worldview, asserting that all phenomena can be explained by natural causes and laws without attributing agencies to the supernatural forces, unlike some other religious movements out here, right? Them faithists out here. And this right here, family, is the Stanford Encyclopedia definition, right? So this is just not my definition. I'm not making this up, right? If y'all want to go find this definition, this is where y'all can find it for if y'all are really interested in understanding what naturalism is really about. Let's get into it. So when you start looking into naturalism, family, you want to look at two main pillars, right? Ontological naturalism, right? Or metaphysical naturalism. And what ontological naturalism does, it is the what is, the premise. Nature is an entity of reality, right? Is an entity of reality, my bad. And so this is the premise of ontological naturalism, right? The core claim, only natural entities and forces exist. It rejects the immaterial souls, deities, and supernatural domains, right? Now, I want to stick right there a little bit because I know a lot of people speak about spirits and ghosts and things of that nature and apparitions, right? If those things exist, they could only exist within the natural world, making those things natural, not supernatural. So there's the paradox right there. There's the contradiction in that supernatural ghost and the spirits and the angels. Okay, you want to say those things exist? Okay, now show me something that they do that affects the physical world so we can measure their existence. And then other people often like to say, well, yeah, well, if they exist outside of this time and space, then we wouldn't be able to do that because we don't got yeah. We understand this reality operate on certain laws, certain phenomena. Everything that happens here happened by natural causes. This is a fact. And so if you're saying that some supernatural thing have the ability to come and influence anything, then we would have to be able to measure it. We would have to see the effect of that. The very fact that we don't see this happening, right, is the very proof that that thing does not exist. All right, let's get on to it. The principle of causal closure. Every physical effect is a purely physical cause, as I was just explaining. Right? So we don't go outside and see that Michael is coming down to save anybody. Jehovah is answering prayers. Isa is coming. Like, we don't see that outside. What we do see is we see the wind blow, but that's due to a natural cause, right? We see waters flowing, creeks, streams, rivers, oceans, mountains, right? All of that is natural. We see clouds and the sun and the moon in the distance. All of that is natural. Even the things we don't see are natural, right? We don't see hydrogen atoms, but we know they exist. We know they are a natural effect of reality, right? We don't see dark matter, but we know it exists. We have a way of measuring it indirectly. See, even if you can't measure something directly, there's still a way of measuring it indirectly. And the very fact that you can measure it at all lets you know it's a part of this naturalistic reality. Now, when you go over here, we see methodological naturalism. Methodological naturalism tell you how we know this is what it is. The premise: science is the most reliable tool for discovering truth. Let me read that again, just in case people want to try to misquote me or anything like that. Science is the most reliable tool for discovering truth. Science. Not belief, not prayer, not invocation, not talking to spirits, not trance writing, none of that. Science is the most reliable tool for discovering truth. So when somebody come to you and try to persuade you that naturalism is some type of religion, just politely say, but they a lot of their theories fall on hard science, right? So they're not believing in anything. If anything, you say, if you do want to put them in a belief category, you could put them in an agnostic, because I have to see it to believe it. If you want me to believe something, then you got to prove it to me. The core claim: investigations must be empirical, testable, and strictly limited to natural mechanisms. Now, why is this the case? Because people like to say, when we talk about multiverses and multi-universes and stars and stuff that we can't get to, because we don't have the tools to test if they're really there or not, we can't just discredit it. No, because anything that we find, say we don't have the tools to see a certain color, right, in the light spectrum. and then we one day build a tool that can see more colors in the light spectrum. Those colors don't then still be supernatural. No, those are colors that we discovered are part of the natural world. Right? Let's say they built something or invented something, right, that can actually measure certain quanta pockets of energy, right? That still doesn't say, okay, well, we did this now, but energy is still supernatural. No, energy is still a part of the natural world. We just found out how to operate with that, interact with that in a better format. We gotta get this out, and it goes back to ontological naturalism for a minute before I continue. We have to understand that supernatural and metaphysical are not the same. Metaphysical is still a part of the real world. Supernatural is not. Those two things are not the same. Remember that, family. So then, let's dive into a portion, one of my favorites, when we're dealing with naturalism, right? And this is my mind frame, right? When thinking about reality and existence and things of that nature, right? I take on a naturalistic realism point of view of looking at things, right? I map out, I gotta read this. I map out objective reality by using inductive and deductive reasoning, adductive logic, right? I build hypotheses, empiricism, right? I observe things. You see what I'm saying? This is how I look at the world. This is how I look at life. This is how I look at existence. I actually want to give an example, right? Let's take the fisherman for an example. Let's use the fisherman for an example, right? So even a good fisherman, if you're a good fisherman, right, you're a naturalist. Why you're a naturalist? Because the first thing you do when you go out to pick a good fishing spot is you observe the scenery. Where the fish, where the reeds, where the shades, right? If there are other people fishing, you want to see if they catching fish or if they not catching fish, right? You're observing all of this, right? Now, when you actually go to say, all right, where should I pick, right? Now you're making inductive and deductive reasoning, right? Going off of your logic, off of your hypothesis. Bro, they ain't catching no fish over there, so maybe the fish didn't make it downstream yet. They still upstream, so I'm going to come fish over here, right? Following patterns. I was here last week, man. The fish was really biting over there, man. I think I'm going to go over there again because there's a lot of shade. I know that's where the fish be at, right? These are all naturalistic methods that are just the ordinary fishermen do, right? And just not a fisherman, but all of us. When we go and operate in a natural world, this is how we operate. Instinctively. Whether you know it or not, this is how you operate. When you're going into a place, let's say a restaurant, for an example, the first thing you do is you observe the restaurant, right? Let's say it's a Five Guys or whatnot, right? And you go into the Five Guys and you decide you eating in. The first thing you're going to do is look around. Okay, where can I sit? Maybe I want to sit next to the window. Maybe I want to look outside the window. Maybe I want to sit, closer to the middle, close to the trash can so I can get up, throw my food away and leave. You see what I'm saying? All of these things you take into consideration, right? But then what you start to do, you start to make inductive and deductive hypothesis, right? Oh man, I see a tray over there by the window, so maybe that seat is taken, right? Oh, I see a person and two people over there, maybe they're a couple, they on a date, I don't want to go sit there. This is how we operate. We can't get around it. It's hardwired within us. Okay, so let's get, again, we're going to dive into the supernatural a little bit. Naturalism versus the supernatural. The causal divide, rejecting the supernatural. Naturalism fundamentally disagrees with religious frameworks. Let me read that again for the ones who didn't catch it in the back. Naturalism fundamentally disagrees with religious frameworks by restricting warranted belief to empirical evidence and logical consistency within the natural order, right? So they say, okay, well, y'all believe in the angels and the demons and the God. Y'all can have that, right? We're going to just stick with what we know, stick with what we can prove, stick what makes sense to us, stick to what is logical. Why do I follow this framework? Because it's logical. It makes sense. Y'all can stick over there with the pseudo judos. You feel me? But hey, listen, when it comes to living the best life, right? Understanding what life is, existence. We all talk about these things all day, every day. But when it really comes to studying this stuff, right? Would it suit you to make logical sense or just throw flim-flam around all day long? Hey, some of y'all want to do the flim-flam game. I want to come to this with a sound mind and make logical sense. You see what I'm saying? Because this is information that I can pass on. You know, and once the information get passed on and go further, we build something with this. It's all about community building. And we can't have our community out here spewing flim-flam out their mouth every 2 seconds and actually having people believe this. And then when a natural occurrence happen, like an earthquake or a tsunami or a hurricane, everybody talking about the gods did it, the gods are punishing us. Nah, bro, this is something that Mother Nature does. This is natural. So let's get into this really fast, right? Domain, naturalism versus supernatural. Domain, the academic inquiry into what is. Let's see what domain supernaturalism fall into. Mythology, folklore, describing what is beyond, right? Hey, we know some people books do that. Not only the Bible, but some other Bibles do that. Causality, causality. Bottom up, physical law dictates the outcome, right? So we understand that when you look at the quantum world and you put the quantum blocks together, you see what I'm saying? The molecules, what do they say? The atoms make up the molecules, then we make up the blood. We can see that. We can see how all this come together from the bottom up. Let's see how supernatural looks at things. Top down, non-physical intellects or divine intent dictates the outcome, which means they're saying something outside of reality created reality. When we observe the first law of thermodynamics, y'all know I throw that around. That's one of my favorite laws of thermodynamics, right? But when we study this, again, you ain't got to be no expert. I said this before. You don't have to be an expert at these things when we're talking about them, even if you study a little bit, just to keep yourself up to date on these things, or, just to keep yourself in awareness on these things, right? When you go and just check out the first law of thermodynamics, it tells you that energy cannot be created or destroyed, but it can just transmute from state to state. But when you lean to some of these religious-minded people, they'll tell you, well, God created energy. How do you create something that can't be created? And so when we test that law of thermodynamics, we see that it holds out. So I don't know which one y'all going to go with. But hey, again, we got to go with the science tells us. We got to go with the science tells us, right? The methodology. This is important right here because the methodology show you where you fall on this, how you look at these things, why you look at these things the way you look at these things. What is the methodology of a naturalist? Empirical evidence, logical falsifiability. For me to accept something, right, there must be evidence. There must be empirical evidence. You must be able to show me something and reproduce it. Because other than that, then what you saying could just be your own subconscious reality. You could just be making something up. Now, let's go to supernaturalism. They hold on faith, revelation, tradition, uh, anecdotal experiences. Oh, well, Jesus came and told me that the black man is the original Hebrew. Well, why he didn't tell the Pope that? Ain't he like the right hand of God or left hand of God or something? Don't you think he'd have came and told him that first? Don't make sense, man. So it's like you just can't be out here. You can, right? But it'll be pseudo, you know. And let's even take it a step further beyond pseudo. It'd just be right out wrong and false and improvable. So why should anybody try? You see what I'm saying? If you go, if you go somewhere and somebody tell you something that is so unbelievable, and the first thing you're gonna say is, well, shoot, I want to see it. Oh no, we can't show you that. Then yeah, I don't believe you. This is what it's all about. Let's let the evidence have the last word. Oh, but the ones that believe in the supernatural can't let the evidence have the last word because they don't got no evidence. And instead of trying to find some sort of evidence, they just chuck it up. Hey, look, we ain't got no evidence. We're going to leave it that is dead. No. That's not how we do stuff over here. Either you got evidence or you ain't got nothing. Let's get down here to the last column, y'all. Scope of reality. A closed, self-consistent physical system. Naturalists believe that all that exists in this reality exists here. There is nothing that exists that does not exist here or exist outside of here. This place we call reality. This place we call nature. This place we call life. Right? Everything that exists within this spatial ramification. Nothing exists outside of that. I was actually just doing some just some y'all know me. I love to learn, right? So I was looking, I was like, well, let me just check something about the galaxy, right? Just checking some stuff about the galaxy, and I found out that there's a such thing as rogue suns. Rogue suns, which mean they just floating out here in space. So now I'm thinking, then it goes in and say some of these rogue suns are 100 times larger than our sun. Think about that. There's something out here floating in a thing we call space that is 100 times larger than our sun. So I'm like, wait a minute. Clearly, this is out here. This is what happened when this gets too close to something. Or space is so vast that just as rare as it is to see a galactic collision, almost never will you see a rogue star collision, rogue planet collision, because they're so spread out. Space is incomprehensibly large. So if we can't even really figure out the edge of this thing we call life yet, what make you think it's something on the other edge? What make you think this thing we call life even have an edge? This thing we call reality. What if you just keep going and going and going and going and going and going and go? Like, this is called naturalism. Because, mind you, we can find these patterns in nature, right? We can test these things. Now, let's go over here to supernatural. An open system subject to magical or divine intervention. Have y'all ever heard of an astrophysicist tell y'all that you know there was this metal dude out in space surfing on a surfboard? Y'all ever heard an astrophysicist tell y'all that? What about a person up in space? What about a big galactic head in space eating stars, eating planets, eating world? Did you know? I don't think that stuff is up there, man. What about the what they like to call it? The heavens, where all the angels roam, right? I don't think no astronauts have came back, or I don't think James Webb Telescope is up there looking at angels and stuff. That's not what's going on. So we got to get some things prioritized when we thinking about this. Where do our beliefs stand? You know, because I hear a lot of people who say they stand with science and then turn around and talk about angels and things. And then I gotta stop and tilt my head a little bit, like, wait a minute. You're a walking contradiction, ain't you? But hey, we all got the right to be as wrong as we want to be. Let's keep it moving. So now, family, this brings me to an important part of my presentation today. Why am I a naturalist? Why do I look at the world through naturalism? Because before naturalism was formalized philosophy, it was humanity's default survival instinct. This is our default survival instinct. Just like I told y'all earlier, this is just what we do. We don't, when you strip away all of the layers that external influences have put on you, this is what you left with. You left with what you do. You left with what you instinctively understand how to survive. Naturalism. You look at your environment, you cope, you adapt. You see what I'm saying? You grow. If it don't suit you, you move on. This is what we do. When you move on, you use the patterns from your last journey and what you was doing, and you find a better way to do it. You improve. This is what we naturally do. And well, this is what we naturally did until religion came along. And they wanted to tell you, you ain't got to worry about that because God put that there. You ain't got to worry about that. Just go pray for it. I don't know, man. I think naturalism saved more lives than prayers, if you ask me. Naturalism saved more lives than prayers. Let's get into this, though, bro. So we're going to first start with the ecology. Tracking seasonal shifts and animal migrations to ensure survival. Again, this is what we did as hunter-gatherers. Way before we thought of this thing called a god or a supernatural being no, we was looking at what was going on around us. Astronomy, recognizing predictable mathematical patterns, planetary motion. The Babylonian astronomers tracking planets for 700 years as natural patterns, not gods. Let me say that again. The Babylonian astronomers tracking planets for 700 plus years as natural patterns, not gods. Natural. Because they'll have you believe everybody in the and back in the day was just religious with everything. Don't care what, just because you can see religion here, that mean they had religion and everything. That's not how it happened. Right? So we seen some very intellectual naturalists in history. Right? Medicine. Let's get into the medicine. Identifying toxins versus medical botanical, that is a crazy word, identifying toxins versus medical botanical through generational trial and error. So basically, right, trial and error, we know what work and what don't work. What work and what don't work. This is natural. This is what humans do. When we do experiments, we're trying to find what work and what don't work. And what do we do with what don't work? We move that to the side and we keep working with what works. This is what naturalists do. I don't know why everybody want to mix this up with the believers, and it's because of, and I ain't even gonna get into it, but it's because of that spirituality thing, right? That Enlightenment period, what they call the Madame Blavatsky age. Hey, it was some books produced on that age too. It was some books produced, but and what they try to tell you that oh well, these were automatic writings and these were channelings, all that. Let's get into it, bro. Let's get into it. It's crazy work. Empirical science in antiquity, Kemet and Nubia. Once again, family, why did I choose to be a naturalist? Right? Because the people that looked like me were naturalists. Right? We got ancient Kemet. We got Kemet, right, with the Edwin Smith papyri, 1600 BCE. The naturalistic approach, containing 48 surgical case studies utilizing diagnosis, prognosis, and treatments based on entirely on anatomy and observation. It systematically rejects magical or spiritual causes for physical injuries. See, yeah, people say, oh, well, man, they was mixing in with the spiritual. Yeah, okay. But they also had a lot of naturalistic approaches to things. Let's go down to Nubia, Kush, West Africa, experimental metallurgy, right? The evidence, Nubian iron workers and Yoruba herbalists, right? So uncle like, where everybody want to go to Kemet? Everybody say, where everybody want to go to Kemet? You see right here, the Yoruba tribe, the Nubian. See, they was all over, and the people that looked like us were naturalists first before they started doing any of this other stuff. So when you look in there and you ask me, Brother Humble Mystic, why are you a naturalist? Just remember, because our ancestors were naturalists. Let's get into it. Ecological naturalism, indigenous American culture. Right now, if y'all see, y'all know my shield. I got the, the Netaru on one side, right? And I got the Nisi Tapi on the other side, the Blackfoot Native Americans, right? Again, and I don't care if you want to call yourself African, right? I don't care if you want to call yourself Native Indian, right? The first people on this land. Your ancestors were naturalists. Indigenous American agricultural systems represent a sophisticated application of empirical naturalism, developed through centuries of soil observation and ecological balancing without reliance on metaphysical revelation. They did this without believing in a God. So then you turn around and ask me, well, why are you doing this without believing in a God? Because of my ancestors. Let's get into it. They had corn, provides a natural physical trellis for beings and to climb, for beings to climb. They had beings, biological fixes, nitrogen into the soil, acting as an organic fertilizer for the system. Squash, large leaves create microclimates. It's a retaining soil moisture and suppressing competitive weeds, right? This is what you call a natural terrarium. And life is doing this. Not no God. Life is doing this. They just figured out how to put wood plants together to make them thrive. And then when they put them together, then they find out, oh, wait a minute. The corn, the beans, and the squash all live off of each other. The insight. This is applied naturalistic realism, harnessing the objective observable laws of biology and chemistry. Again, our ancestors was doing this work. Don't forget that. Always keep that in mind when moving forward, because we got a lot of we have a lot of people out here talking about science and science being racism, miseducation in science, right? Miseducation in philosophy, miseducation in history. It is a lot of miseducation out here. It's a lot of brand new things emerging out here that humanity never heard of before. And so when you on that road of being a seeker and you're looking for practical knowledge to turn into wisdom, right? Always check in with how the ancestors got their knowledge, because we can still get our knowledge like that today, and we can get our knowledge like that better today because we evolved. So we can do the same thing our ancestors did, and we ain't got to go through all the guesswork and trial and errors. They already did that. All we got to do is pick up and move forward. Let's get into it. This is why this is so important, y'all. So now when we even go into the Western world of philosophy and psychology and science and things of that nature, right? I heard it said once that a Christian was the first naturalist who created naturalism, and I don't know where that information came from, right? But if you go research a man by the name of Democritus, 460 BCE, right? He's known as the first naturalist, right? He's known as the first materialist. Naturalist wasn't even thought about during that time, but he's known as the first materialist. He pioneered atomism, the theory that all reality is a construct of invisible physical particles moving through a void. He was the first one to posit that. It wasn't no man in the 19th, 20th century. People think these things are new. Oh man, look, he coming with naturalism. That's a new concept. He ain't got no da-da-da-da. Nah, man. As I said before, we've been doing this, right? And I want to stick right here for a second, because it's something important here. The theory that all reality is constructed of invisible physical particles. That right there. Let's stick right there for a second. Just because something is not tangible does not mean it does not exist in this reality. Let me say that again. Just because something is not tangible does not mean it does not exist in this reality. Something can be transparent and exist. Something can be invisible and exist. The wind, for an example. Last line. Leaving no room for supernatural forces. That's the whole boundary of naturalism right there. Right? Everything in that and everything in the universe and reality can be explained by natural causes, right? Leaving no room, none, for supernatural forces. Now, are we saying that there are forces out there that we don't know of? No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that when we find out what those forces are, I promise you there will be natural forces, not supernatural forces. Let's go to the next one. Aristotle, 384 BCE. The empiricist. the grandfather of scientific naturalism, cataloged hundreds of biological species, emphasizing that nature must be studied systematically and physically, not mythologically. Let's stop right there for a second. When people say, oh, well, this stuff wasn't being done back in the day, man, it's something new. Come on, man, you clearly not well studied. You clearly not well studied. You got to stop studying that mythology. Is what you got to stop doing. You got to get out of those supernatural books that keep you trapped in that religious mindset. Then you'll be able to expand your awareness. You'll be able to grow through information. You don't grow through mythology. You grow through studying systematically and physically. Who else? Baruch Spinoza. Y'all know this is my man right here. I mentioned him a couple times, right? The monist famously equated the universe itself with the divine. Dia Shivnibria established a closed natural system of cause and effects. He said, hey, listen, I've been studying this Jewish tradition for so long, I'm starting to think that if God did exist, God would be the universe. And guess what his community did to him for that? They shunned him. Nah, bro, you can't be around here talking like that. But what else did he do that was important I really want to touch on, right? He established a closed natural system of cause and effect. Natural system of cause and effect. These are naturalists. This is what humans do. Way before there was a belief system, and even after there was a belief system established, there were still people out here saying, well, wait a minute now. I don't know if we could just start blindly believing everything now. We came too far for that. What about David Hume, a skeptic? It's a grounded human psychologist and morality. It's and morality in the natural world, demanding empirical evidence and rejecting supernatural causality. So what are these people talking about when they say that naturalism is a belief system? Naturalism is religious. Naturalism might make some assumptions. They might come up with some hypothetical theories, some hypotheses, some theses, right? But they ain't never going to the religious side. That's something we're not going to do. Let's get into it, y'all. The empirical legacy, a unified way of knowing, right? Synthesis point, grounded in reality. Naturalism asserts that the physical universe is a closed, self-contained system governed by discoverable laws. An ancient human instance from the medieval papyri of Kemet to the agriculture of the Americas. Empiricism is humanity's oldest, most reliable surviving strategy. I think I need to say that again. From the medieval papyri of Kemet, I apologize, not medieval, from the medical papyri of Kemet to the agriculture of the Americas, empiricism is humanity's oldest and most reliable survival strategy. This is how we survive, the basis of how we do what we do. The engine of progress. By systematically replacing supernatural explanations with observable evidence, naturalism gives rise to modern medicine, physics, and technology. I don't think Owaspy does that. I don't think it ever done that. And I'm going to close out with this. Family, if you was listening, I really want you to go and study some of the things that I was talking about here. And I want to leave you with this. Naturalism does not strip the world of wonder. It reveals a profound whole. Oh, that's A1. Yo, A1. I don't think he know he came out for me, y'all. Where I'm at right now. Hold on. Oh, naturalism does not strip the world of wonders. It reveals the profound beauty of the universe that can be understood, tested, and known. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself. Carl Sagan. Now, I'm gonna come down off of this. That was my little presentation on naturalism. Just a little introduction. I'm most definitely gonna be bringing more. You feel me? And so hold on one second, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up the comments. You there, Quantum?
Yeah, boy.
I'm gonna open up the panel. But what you think about that, Quantum? What you think about that?
Man, first I want to say that's a wonderful bill. You talked about some of the things that I talked about last night in my presentation. My presentation was on it was episode 6. It was on the priority of time and nature, and it talked about those same philosophers and what they thought about time and nature when they were the head minds in existence and trying to explain things. And so, yeah, man, that's real.
I had to come. I had to come and
He said, "Turn up my mic." He said, "My mic low."
on your
Hold
mic.
on. Let me.
I had to come and just correct, just correct some things, man. There was some things said about naturalism, and it was just like, wow, wait a minute. Let me hurry up and fix this before people go running with this. You feel me? Like, nah, man, we can't have people going to run with that. So, family, if you out there, man, listen, go study methodological naturalism, go study ontological naturalism, right? And again, I'm not trying to convert anybody. I just want to share the insights on the subject matter. So when people actually do hear this again, or when they do actually feel when they have free time to go study this, they can say, oh man, Brother Humble showed me, okay, that's what he was talking about. You see what I'm saying? And also, this is all about practical information. You feel me? Now that you know, if you didn't know about naturalism, now that you know about naturalism, you can stop and think for a moment. This is really the natural operating system that we operate under. As human beings, this is how we operate. We operate in a naturalistic system. Then ask yourself, have anything supernatural ever happened to you in this naturalistic system that you can prove, that is testifiable, right? That you can replicate? And if so, bring it to the, bring it to the scientists. Say, hey, listen, this happened. I think I could replicate this. Let's do it. I want to talk about some things for a moment, and I did in the presentation. Supernatural and metaphysical are not the same. People, right? And this is an example. What's up, OTK? We got my man OTK to the stage. What's up, OTK? But
catch it, Bill. You already know when you gonna only go in at A1. You know I'm coming through.
oh
You
yeah,
already know. Well put together. With
you breaking up, OTK? You breaking up?
Finish your thought.
Okay, so I was just gonna say when I was talking about metaphysics and supernatural, and those two things being different, right? Also, we got to understand, like, for an example, meditation. Some people use meditation to try to connect to higher divine beings, right? But when you study meditation, you realize that meditation is the science of the body, to control the body. It ain't got nothing to do with getting more in tune with God. In this context, in a religious context, it have everything to do with being able to control your breathing, control your thoughts, control your spatial awareness. This is what meditation is about. So if you want to say that meditation can get you to a higher metaphysical level, sure, because that still operates in the realm of physics. But when people are out here talking about meditation, take you to go see the divine gods and the divine angels, nah, man, there's something wrong with that, bro. Seances and trances and hey, man, hey, back in the day, they used to call that devil stuff, didn't they? You got a man that been performing seances for 15 years and then come out with a book.
Who is
and
that?
Then say, I didn't write the book.
Who is that?
John Newbro, man. John Newbro. Go look up who John Newbro is, bro. I'm telling you.
Necromancers, and they call a woman witches.
Yeah.
You absolutely.
And so, how is it when I come with a philosophical, practical worldview, you try to call that religion? I don't get it. Go ahead, brother OTK. Go ahead, brother OTK.
There's no religion without belief.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get that clear. You cannot have no religion without belief. So that'll kill all of that, right? You say you don't got no belief, no none of that. You do with the norm.
Come on up here, Daryl Cosma. Come on up here. Don't hide in them comments. I see you.
Nah, that shout out to Daryl Cosmine and TV and the Cosmine gang, creator gang. I watched his presentation the other night, Humble, and I wanted to ask you about the Christian. Did you look up this guy right here? And what did you find on him? Because Cosmine said
that's why if you was paying attention to my presentation, that's why I brought out all the people that I brought out that was studying naturalism way before this dude was even born.
Right. But what do it say about him? Because that was
what
it
said. Careful of the creator gang now. You gotta be careful with the creator gang, Humble.
Because look, because I want to say something to you, Humble, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I like to, I like minds to think deep when they come to answer. Now, we know that the form of knowledge they were studying was naturalism, right? Like you say, it was a form of it. Spinoza's among us. A lot of people compare my work with his. It's just when I get to time and nature, that's where we have a little difference. But mine is quantum onlyism, right? And it's not theirs, and they have monism and Platonism. Excuse me, my bad. I should have got me some water real quick. But with him saying that Paul DeVry was a Christian, and that's why he was trying to answer God with that, because he made a point about one form of naturalism. I ain't gonna say exactly which one, but it might have been just regular naturalism, where it says that they don't try to prove God, nor do they try to refute God. Not that they don't try to prove God, they try not to refute God. there he read something that made me believe that he was saying that they're actually saying that God is natural. So that's why they say they don't study the supernatural, because when they give their answer for God, it's going to be a natural uh thing. And this guy was a Christian. What do you think about that?
Right.
I think it might be
Even you seen when I pulled up Baruch Spinoza?
Yep. Like I said,
Baruch Spinoza did it a thousand years before he did it. Before he was even thought about being born. Baruch Spinoza was saying that the Christian God was the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And he came to this deduction because he was studying the Bible. And he said the Bible didn't make sense. The Bible couldn't have been written by God. The Bible can't be the voice of God. And so what he did was he started to dig into the history of the religion. And he came back and said, yo, what y'all practicing is not right. And they shunned him for it. He started coming back with so many scientific things. And he was like, you know what? He came to the deductional reasoning. That's why I said the natural causes of a cause and effect, right? He came to the natural reasoning that if there was a God, it had to be the universe.
Right. And so and see, not
science, correct?
Well, see, you doing that boy thing again, OTK.
You breaking up.
You breaking up. Damn, every time OTK get on a good subject, you start breaking up.
Your phone trash.
Is that when the church actually split up and where you got pseudoscience? Is that the beginning of where they started discrediting these scientists that said no, we cannot prove God. God exists in the natural form. That split the science world, bro.
No, so their argument was never that you can't disprove God or you can prove God. Their argument was always, if there was a God,
it would be the universe.
It would be the universe. It wouldn't be a part of the natural world, or it would be the universe. So they're equating the universe with God. And so the reason they were doing this is because you got people out here who are not Christian but still read the Bible.
No,
y'all know y'all got the Christians out here. I mean, y'all got the people out here who are not Christian but still read the Bible, right? Y'all got people out here who are not Christian but still believe in God. These people were not of their like Baruch Spinoza denounced his Judaism, like he denounced his religion, but he still believed in something. He was still a believer, and so he said. He have to believe, according to his deductive reasoning, he have to believe if there is a God, it would be the universe. That's
okay.
That
means right there, bro. That if is big because he's saying if there is a God, so that means they could never God by science, bro. But
you breaking up, okay?
Oh.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What up with it? What up with it?
Oh, go,
man. So
no, he I guess he just fixing his mic.
Yo, hey, what's going on, man?
Go with Elder Massa. What's up, Elder Hurt?
Chilling. Yo, I'm kind of lit right now, but I'm chilling.
Hey, listen, me casa su casa, Elder. You already know what it is.
So hey, earlier you said something like you said that today's science can explain everything that's in the universe, something like that, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I said what we know about the universe, today's science can explain.
Yeah, that's not true, man. Because they can't. Yeah, it's not true. They cannot explain what's called quantum entanglement. That can't be explained yet. They don't know why that happened.
Right. But so, are we not doing experiments with quantum entanglement now in the science field?
That don't mean they explain. They still can't explain.
No, I'm not. So the reason I even made that point was because though they can't explain it, which okay, I'll give you that. They can't explain it, right? But they know quantum quantum entanglement is a thing that exists and happens within our reality, correct?
Yeah.
There we go. So it's a natural phenomenon. It's not a supernatural phenomenon.
No, but it's still
isn't quantum created? Quantum created, correct? The quantum, right? Quantum physics. It was created, right? Yeah, with the atomic bomb and all of that. That's when quantum physics took off, right? Go ahead. I just go ahead, bro.
No,
go ahead.
Yeah, quantum physics.
Shout to the elder, man. Peace to the elder.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, that's my elder Hurt right there, man. But quantum physics, metaphysics, and anything in between, we're dealing with the physical, natural universe. You see what I'm saying? Now, while we like I also said in my presentation, elder, there are many things out here that we still don't know about reality. There's many forces out here that we don't know about reality. There's many phenomenon out here that we don't know about reality. I'm sure there's billions of more stars out here that we don't even know that exist within reality.
Wouldn't not really be nature if you don't know about nature instead of reality?
Hold on.
It's not reality until you see it.
Let me land my plane. I got you. I'm coming right back to you. So, all I stated, even in my presentation, when I stated is when we find those things, because we will find those things. We might not find those things in this lifetime, but next couple 100 decades, we will find those things. When we find those things, they will be put in a category within the natural world. They're not going to find something and say, okay, this is supernatural. They're not going to do that. If they was to find a ghost, and this is what I was explaining in my presentation again. If, let's just go on a wild tangent. If they were to find a ghost, that ghost would be labeled something in the natural world. It will be labeled in metaphysics. It will be labeled something that's pertaining to what we got right here in this dimension. They will take it out of supernatural category and be like, okay, well, we do got one. It is proof and we can test it. So now we gotta, anything that you can prove and you can test is a part of the natural. Anything you can observe directly or indirectly is a part of the natural world. And what I'm simply saying is,
I don't think that, bro. I think that could be a part of existence, not natural. But go ahead.
Those we're using those interchangeably. We're using those because
I follow you now.
Okay. Because anything that exists have to have existed through natural causes. There's nothing that came into being through supernatural anything. So existence itself is a natural causality.
No, can things come into existence with the help of people, with interventions of people, or natural disasters?
Huh? You breaking up?
Say people.
Go ahead, OTK.
Fault, bro. I was just saying, can things be in existence that's not natural?
No.
Yeah, he said
that would be really fast. Like, if I can break that down really fast, Herc, and I'm gonna let you get into it, Elder. That would be on a minor scale of what we're talking about, natural and artificial, right? So we have things like buildings, which are artificial, right? But they are still natural because what makes up the building is natural raw material. There's nothing that can exist that don't take natural raw material.
Okay, see, now you conflating a bunch of things now. Now we talking about different subjects, brother, because you're mixing the building with human nature. I know, but you mixing the building with human nature. You know what I mean? A building being constructed by people off of natural resources that they got from the earth. That's what you're talking about right now.
Really fast. And so let me bridge the gap between the two. A building is built by natural causes, right? Humans bringing natural resources to build a structure, right? How is a baby made? A baby is made due to natural causes, right? The man bringing the raw material, right, to build, to put inside of the structure to make a baby. So we're talking about the same thing here when we're talking about construction on a construction on an engineering level and on a conceptual level or human nature level. They are parallel. Make no mistake about it.
Right.
Both processes
but
are
things can exist that's not natural, bro.
What are you referring
Would
to?
you agree?
Can you give me an example?
Let's say something like shit, so many things exist that ain't natural. Let's just say about cloning.
Cloning?
Yeah, fruits and vegetables.
Did they not come from a seeded fruit or vegetable?
Not all of them. No,
Do they
not
not
all
have
of
the
them.
DNA? So this is I see where you're missing the mark. Anything that takes raw material is natural. So if you
I understand that, bro.
Hold on once, I got you. I'm gonna land my plane this. If you take a pear and you clone that pear, right? That pear is raw material. So when you cloned it and you got the pear, of course, the pear that you cloned, the cloned pear is artificial, right? But the material is natural.
Yeah, I understand. But yeah, bro, that's not how all cloning works, bro. A lot of these cloning now don't come from nothing natural, bro. It's recreated.
The material is what's
Bet.
natural, OTK. Unless you're telling me they're taking some artificial material that we never had before and we making some stuff, then other than that, the material
Yes,
that
bro.
they're using is of
Yes.
natural material. How do you get a strawberry?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I got you, bro.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
got
Go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I got you. I understand where you coming from. I'm not knocking you. All I say, we need to reiterate on this again, and you know what I mean. That way, I'll be on my laptop and I can bring you up some things. You know what I mean? Things that can exist without nature, meaning like just say these things that's grown inside these harvest houses. They don't need nature. They produce an element of nature with the lights, with the fans and the ACs and all this. They produce a type of nature to grow these things. So it's not using nature. But these are things that exist.
You just hold on 1 second. You just contradicted yourself. You said they're not using nature, but they're creating a type of nature.
Hold on, creating a type of nature is not using nature, bro. That's not natural. That means it's created. If I create a lamp or a light that gives me the right sunlight that I think that the sun is giving me, dog, that is not nature. I'm emulating nature.
So where does wait. Okay, so let's go.
Yeah, bro, I'm emulating nature.
Hold on 1 second. I taught plants in my presentation a little bit, right? And so
go ahead.
What happened is what I showed was in Native American in their agricultural system, right? How the beans, the corn, and the squash,
the three sisters,
right? And so
the three sisters rule.
Right. So what you can do is it's called a terrarium, right? Now, what do you need to make a terrarium? You need some charcoal, you need some dirt, you need some rock, you need natural elements, right? And then you need to let it sit. And then what will happen?
Yeah.
It'll start producing its own ecosystem. But what did it take to start producing its own ecosystem? It needed natural elements, natural material.
Yeah, bro. I'm not taking away from that, bro. What you just had described on your screen was also called the Three Sisters Law or the Three Sisters Growing Rule.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? That's what it's
You
called, bro. When I saw when I saw it, I was like, ooh. And Oli say he gonna show me, something to say that's when it turned to black dirt because of this three sister rule. And I said, you know what? I want to see that because where I'm from, it didn't turn the dirt black. We added other stuff inside the dirt to start breaking the hard dirt down in the soft dirt. Like fish guts, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Yeah, we started using all kind of other stuff, remedies. So I would love for being Oli gonna build on that though. We gonna get into it though.
Now,
but I respect where you coming from though. But
because I talked about the terrarium today. I learned about the terrarium. I talked about learning about the terrarium today, right? The most fascinating thing that I learned is how life travel naturally. And I'm upside. I ain't really get that in my slides. But the reason that was so fascinating to me, right, is because when we're talking about terrariums, right, when you you get you get a terrarium and it start out small patch of grass, dirt, and stuff, and you keep it for like 3 months before you know it. It'd be if you got an aqua terrarium, you keep it for 3 months, you get little fish and stuff in there. You got eco terrarium, a terrestrial terrarium, you start getting little bugs and stuff in there. And I was confused a little bit. I was like, yo, how do they just come because of the organic matter and they make larvae, and how do they get in there? And I realized insects and certain amphibious animals lay their eggs right deep inside of certain mulch, certain grasses, certain plants, right? And when you dig that stuff up and you making your terrarium out of it, right, you let it sit, and it's that ecosystem that sparks the life cycle of that insect, the animal that's laying dormant in their egg. That I learned that was crazy. And I was like, yo, think about this is how.
And it's also fertilizer. And it's also good fertilizer. Everything that dies, dog, listen, the ecosystem got disturbed over here, bro, when other people started coming over here. Yeah. And just like in every place else, you know what I mean? I don't want to just say like we the greats over here. I'm not that type. I give every props for what they did, where they was at. I mean, but other people come into your environment will change your ecosystem, especially if they not on what you're on. Exactly. So I definitely agree with that, bro.
Exactly.
My bad, Elder. Elder, thank you for letting me go on my little rant with bro Humble. My bad, Elder. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. Go ahead, Elder Hurt. Go ahead, Elder Hurt.
Oh, hey, damn. I almost forgot what I wanted to talk about. Because earlier, what was you saying? We was talking about. Oh, you know what? I was thinking. This conversation it almost going to lead. It's kind of almost leading into what I'm going to be talking about on Sunday. You know, the racism in science, the science racist and stuff. Because it's kind of like
I threw an alley up there for you, Hurt.
Because how you are getting into it, like you're like doing the same thing, like colonizing the science or whatever, you know. So it's like you talk about stuff that like you say that stuff the supernatural don't exist. So we talk about like if this don't exist, it's already natural. Is what you said. If you find it, discover it, that means it's already natural in it, right? Yeah. So that's the same thing as like the Europeans. They've been colonizing the indigenous people like knowledge, or you know what I'm saying they want to deny it. When you first meet them and stuff, and they talk about how the body, we got this this energy field that flows around our body. You know what I'm saying? They talk about how you can just physically heal your body by using your mind. Stuff like that. That's thrown to the side, like these.
And that's why I talked about meditation. At the end of my presentation, like at the very end of my presentation, I talked about meditation just because of what you brought up, brother.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that when ancient civilizations, when the Europeans came in contact with these indigenous civilizations, and they was telling them things about their culture, their ways of life and stuff, and their beliefs. Westerners, the European, they threw that shrugged it off like, man, these niggas talking nonsense. You know what I'm saying? They believe in that mumbo jumbo shit. But now today, when you realize that, God damn, they actually knew something. When you talk about energy in your body, everybody has an energy that's around your body. That's the same. That's the electromagnetic field.
Yes.
That travels in that
humans are electromagnetic and bioelectrical in nature.
Yes. And then you can improve the placebo effect. The people they've healed their bodies, you know what I'm saying, just by taking the placebo, they thought it was the medicine, but it wasn't the medicine. So but now, it was superstitious. That was that supernatural mumbo jumbo. But now you want to co-opt it because you could prove it now. Because you could prove it. You know what I'm saying?
But now watch this though, Elder Hurt. The thing is, some people out here take the limitations of the body for granted, right? There's literally people out here out of years of hurting themselves still don't know that the body heal itself. They still don't know that.
Yeah.
There's people out here let's take it back to, and this is why I was talking about meditation. Let's take it back to the ancients, right? You was talking about that we got energy around us and things of that nature, right? Yes, that's a natural process. All living things have energy encompassing them. All living things. Here's the thing. Can you see it? Can you see it? Not with these eyes. See, this is where we talk, and people be like, oh, well, this is where we get super. This is why I said in my presentation, supernatural and metaphysical are different, right? We also have metaphysical sensories that gives us, quote unquote, what we want to say, abilities. They're not abilities. They're just our senses heightened. Right? Why do you think a dog or a lion or a shark can see so far, can smell so far, can hear from far? Because they're always tuned in. They're always at their heightened state of what they are. When we get in our heightened state, we can do those things too. We got sports, for crying out loud. You think on an average day, NBA players just waking up, jumping out of the gym? No, there's a reason they stretch first. There's a reason they prep, because they got to get in that mode. They got to heighten their senses so they can perform their best. Animals are always in that state. So when they jump across rivers and they seeing far and they hearing, that's because they're always tuned in to what's going on in nature.
Go ahead, Elder. I feel like are you trying to create? Are you trying to like correlate us with animals, bro? As far as our instinct wise?
No, I was using instincts because people. We have a lot of instincts that we don't use on an average everyday basis, right? Mamas have something they got called the mama ear, right? Which means, and for y'all that got the wives at home and y'all got your babies in the background, y'all know what this mama is. She could be 2 blocks down the street and she know her baby cry. That's a heightened sense of awareness. That's not something that is oh so spooky, right? But if she tune into that heightened sense of awareness, right, on more than just her own baby crying, then she can hear millions of sounds that are far away. But she passed it. They don't concern her. Why? Because they pose no danger to her. But when it's come to her baby, she heightened that hearing sense. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying.
I got you. Yeah, that's why I asked the question, bro. I like to understand that you know, I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Oh, snaps. But yeah, and then OTK, I do want to speak to something you asked. Are we animals, or you was asking, was I equating us to animals? In that last thing,
yes. As far as our instinct wise, you know what I mean? Not personally, but our instinct wise. Yeah, go ahead, bro. It's the difference. It's a big difference.
Yeah. I was gonna say on the tree of life, right? We
are in that classification.
I was going to say we really only see two types of classification of life. I mean, of course, they try to break it down. You got the fungi, the mycelium, and all of that. But we got plant life and we got animal life. Mobile life and you got immobile life.
Right. It should be marine life in there too, right?
But you know, marine life is just the offspring of.
It classified underneath plants. It would algae classified underneath plants. Yeah. Okay.
Now you know what's interesting because the debate going on. Which started what plant? Whether I say or what form of life started the plant life? Right? Was it fungi or was it algae? And me personally, I like to lean towards
the amoeba, right? It was the amoeba from they came from
No, we talking about the plant life. We talking about the plant life because they say that in some studies they say when you study the we were just talking about them. The
plants.
Yeah, but what's the two plants? We was talking about fungi and algae. When you study the
algae, right? That's what I asked. The algae, right?
Algae is said to some botanists to been around a little bit longer because we could see their natural migration out of the water. But fungi was produced right thereafter. And some people say fungi started and then algae formed as its own thing and then grew and then fungi and they crossbreeded that way. But you know, it makes sense that if fungi was first, it would make sense because it started out of the water. That would be my only thing. Like fungi not fungi, but algae started out of the water.
Algae started out of the water. Yeah. It's like creeping and then trees, and that's where we get fungi from. Like once it started getting on land.
Yes,
you know what I mean. But from what they say. No, because
that's something to see. Now,
this ain't me and humble. This from what they say. This ain't me and humble.
It ain't about, and I want to touch on that OTK because it's not about knowing everything, right? But when you study, then you can at least be up to date. I think I said this in my presentation as well on what the experts are saying. You see what I'm saying? This is why I don't have no pushback when OTK say, well, shoot, that they said that. Yeah. Because they do say that. We also compared to what they said.
They got multiple theories about it. That's the thing about it. They got multiple theories about it. It's just some consensus feeds over other consensus. That's just all about it. You know what I mean? I deal with experience, been out here longer. That's what I see. Who's been out here longer and who has the right funding or the right people. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these people be professors, psychologists, and all of these right here, and they hold some of the most patents. Be like most patents in the United States.
Right, boy, you sound like a robot right now, my guy. You always sound like a robot. Hey, man, if you want to comment, support Humble Mystic, Cash App, Humble Titan 93. Also, man, support the channel, man. Donate to the channel, Cash App. I think it's a Titans Debate League. Support, man. Support. We about to run an ad real
Dollar
quick.
sign Cash App. Yeah, is that Master Sonoran for owners? He muted himself.
Nah,
Ad real quick.
History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebate.league@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
And we back, family. What up, Quan? What you over there on, Brody?
What up, Don? Oh man, nothing. I was just over here liking the build, man. Getting some things touched up and just doing some little bit of research of my own. You know, things that people bring up. I saw Daryl Cosmo was in the comments. I thought he was gonna come up.
Yeah, he don't want to come up here, man. Look, I come busting his bubble. He don't want to come up here, man. He know what's up. He know what's up.
He gonna come up with that waspy, yo.
Bro. He gotta get that out of here, man. Hey, speaking of, listen, y'all don't, y'all. I be trying to spam Cosmo. I be trying to spam. I be trying to spam Herc. My fault. I be trying to spam Herc. Listen, hold up.
You funny, yo.
What you got? You got something for it?
Yeah, hold on. I'm about to show y'all something real quick. Y'all know I'm always doing my work. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. So first off, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. All right. Go back here. Let me see if I can do this real quick. No, I don't want to do that. I do want to share my screen. See if I can share the screen real quick. What's this gallery? Yeah, no. I can't. That's crazy. I can't do this one. Hold on, cause I want to show y'all. How I'm gonna do this? Hold on, that's okay. How? Oh, snaps. My fault. My fault. How am I going to do this? Let me see if I can do it this way. Let me see if I can do it this way. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. Hold on. They done messed up. Let me show y'all something real quick.
Show them getting beaten up by what's that humble?
See this right here? Listen, I always study my opponents, man. Always study my opponents. Watch this. I got more for you. Just to show you I ain't playing around. Hold on. That presentation he did the other day. Look at that. Look at this.
Be careful.
You see that?
The philosophy dudes be ending people careers, man. You gotta watch out for the creator gang.
Bro, creator gang, terrible, bro. They
that damn
got
book
to get out of here with that. Man. They gotta get out of here with it.
Elder Hercules. Elder Hercules.
That was a joke.
Yeah. I ain't even gonna spoil the fun, bro. Like, yo, they don't. Listen, man, y'all don't know. I ain't even gonna spoil the fun, man. Y'all be like, man, I'll show y'all. Y'all be sitting here like, hey, yo, what?
How many points you gonna bring out? What's your?
Listen, man, hold on. Let me see something real quick.
You really comedic. You really comedic. Right? Like you roll with comedic spirituality over everything. I say religion now. Notice there's spirituality. Yeah.
I rock with the comedic science and culture and tradition. Would I say that I am a representation of the comedic tradition? No, not at all. But do I have great respect for the comedic tradition? I absolutely do. I wouldn't say that.
Living way that you believe that?
I believe what?
In those ways, in the ways of the comedic tradition.
I would take yes in the original form, yes. In the older, in
so
the
that would be
the Middle Kingdom and stuff like that. No, I don't take those ways. But the Old Kingdom and the pre-dynastic kingdom, yes, with in relation to what they were talking about, yes, I do believe in what they were talking about. Yeah.
Okay, before the Ptolemaic period, pretty much. I feel you.
Yeah, but even in my presentation, this is why I was talking about them being naturalists, and the reason I agree with them is because they are naturalists at heart. Their culture, they live in a naturalistic culture. You see what I'm saying? So they wouldn't be saying anything different than what I would be saying, right? The methodologies that came later influenced what we would call the cultural worldview, and this is how we started to see the religiosity of their mind coming through. But before then, they were naturalistic people. You see what I'm saying? This is also why I brought it to the Americas with the Nitsitapi, the Blackfoot Native American. Now I have a different relationship with the Blackfoot Native American and the Kemetic people, right?
Blackfoot American Indian, bro.
Yeah, American
Indian, bro. Quit saying native, bro. Unless you gotta watch who you talking to when you saying native. Wouldn't understand, bro.
I got you. But because I would say now, like if people would ask me, well, would you say that you're Blackfoot? Absolutely, because I know that's something
right.
I know I'm connected to that by my grandmother. Like
you got the right. You got the right to do that, bro. The right to do that, and somebody should respect you for that. And you know what I mean, bro? And you don't tell nobody else who they are. That's another thing too. You know what I mean? That's why I like the Coliseum, because nobody, the main titans, they never tell nobody who they are.
Oh yeah.
They might have to push back on the information, but they never tell nobody who they are. You know what I mean? And that's what I love about Word.
I ain't gonna let nobody tell me who I am, so it ain't my place to tell nobody else who they are. You are whoever you believe you are. I need to find these pictures, bro. I know I took some pictures of what I'm
Yo, hey.
And you don't even have to prove it to me. If you tell me what you is, bro, dog, you don't gotta prove that to me. Man, show me your paperwork. Show me your No, bro. Cool out with all that, man.
No, that's a fact.
Because when I did that one time, bro, them boys used that and scrutinized me. Them boys made up a whole ancestry tree on me when I ain't had no ancestry tree.
Right.
Big facts, bro.
Yo, I know I got these screenshots.
Hey, bro. So when you was talking about, I got the only pushback. When you talk about Kemet being natural, you got to remember that they didn't have this separation of what is supernatural and what's natural.
That's a fact.
From their worldview, if you're talking about the Ka and the Ba, if we're talking about the Duat, if we're talking about Inyame, you know what I'm saying? Those things are natural.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
So that's why. No, because what you were saying was like there's a difference between supernatural and natural. There's a difference. Now I'm saying to them there is no difference. So it goes anything that you would call supernatural today for them would just be natural. It's no such thing as a supernatural.
Right. But that's why when we were speaking earlier about the religious people who equate God with the universe, and Quana was saying that they look at God natural. I said, well, yeah, if they look at God as the universe, people do that. You see what I'm saying? So the things like you were saying, Elder Hurt, when the Kemetic people didn't make no distinction between the natural and the supernatural, right? They will look at, like you were saying, they will look at things that we would call today supernatural, and they would put them in the natural. But that would turn into metaphysics. Now, see, metaphysics is the branch between what we call natural and supernatural, right? Because it ain't supernatural, right? But it's beyond the physical. And so that's the metaphysical world. But this is why I call the Kemetic people naturalists.
But you just said that they were taking things out of nature and making it supernatural back then. Dog, if they're taking things out of nature, it's no way they can make it supernatural. They're just giving a title to things that's natural.
Right.
And the title,
I never said they were taking things and making them supernatural. What I was saying was they was revering things that was in nature, right? So the ancients revered water, they revered the animals, they revered the land, they revered the trees, they revered the air, they revered the sun. You see what I'm saying? But they wasn't making any of those things supernatural.
Yes, they was, because
still a part of the
deities behind these things, bro. Yes, bro. Yes, it was.
That came
and this
later.
The old world. No, that's the old world, bro.
What culture you talking about? You talking about? You can't be talking about Kemet.
If you call it before Kemet, or whatever you want to call it, yes. No, they took nature and they took animals. They deified these things, bro. They took things out of nature and they turned it supernatural. And then they even got to the point where they was taking things. Hold on. And they also got to a point where they was taking things that was in nature, we would call supernatural, and making them into natural things, into beings.
So
yeah, bro.
Hold on one second. What you're talking about, thank you, brother down there. What you're talking about is anthropomorphism, and what you're talking about is animism, right? So when I say reverence and turning something into something supernatural are two different things. I revere the buffalo because it sustained its sustenance for my life, right? but the buffalo is not supernatural. You feel me? Hold on one second, y'all.
But did they take the buffalo head and put it on a being that was supernatural and made a deity? Oh, he said, my bad. Shout out to the family life, man. I got the respect. Shout out to the family life, man. We're family first. Everything else second. Food, clothes, and shelter, baby. Go Elder Hurt. My Elder Hurt.
Yo, yeah. I would say because he's saying reverence and but again, it was I'm trying to I don't think he get it that they didn't have these words, and so these concepts of how you're trying to break it down, they didn't break it down like that. They wouldn't have. It was just all one thing, and they understood it as all one thing.
Exactly. No, fact, man, you were saying the same thing, Hurt. Me and you were saying the same thing. We ain't saying anything different.
So when you use the word reverence, bro, you adding in something new. You like no, they really thought.
No. When I'm saying, so we just hold on. We just sat here and they didn't even use the optus bull, right? But we literally sat here and there was a debate about a natural literal, right? And so what we can see is they, because if that's the case, then we wouldn't
take that rule. Literally.
We wouldn't say. Hold on one second. I'm making a point really fast, right? For the Hopi, for an example, right? For the flooding of the Nile, right? That's a literal phenomenon that takes place. What you're saying, OTK, is they anthropomorphize that. And we're not saying that they didn't do that. What we're saying is that don't make it supernatural.
No, I did not say that, bro. I gave that scenario for real. Would it? What I'm saying is, and you say it wasn't the old kingdom, so now go back and do some more research. You say that came later with that, so that's why I really went quiet, because I said I'm gonna do some more research on it. But I could have sworn that old kingdom, they took things literal, like they deities literal. Like, you know what I mean?
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't have done that. I mean, we got to remember that when Kemet was founded, this whole belief, the whole spiritual system was already in place. It was already in place. They when we see it being put on the walls, that's when they, you know, it wasn't founded.
No, it brought different religions together. United Kemet, upper and lower Kemet, different aspects in.
No.
I'm sorry.
So hold on, OTK. Hold on really fast.
We had belief systems, but it was belief systems getting united at this time.
No, so OTK.
With Nama, correct?
No. The Kemetic tradition is a Nile Valley African tradition, right? Which means it wasn't exclusive to just Kemet.
To Egypt. Okay. It went all the way down to Sudan, Nubia, and all that.
This is why we know.
Okay,
during the formulation of Kemet, right? They already had that tradition.
Mm-hmm. From south on up. Okay. It's a Nile Valley tradition, right? Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Now you're talking about Nubia, Kush, Sudan, and all of that is coming up from the bottom on up to Kemet.
Ethiopia,
I got you. I follow you. Respect.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff come from a lot because it's coming from the South. They all coming from the South to on up. So yeah, we see that. That's why. That's why I was saying it was already in place. It just got written down. When they had a chance to write it down.
And this is why we can be bumped. Because you know how a lot of people like to because we can see the transition of information in history. And a lot of the information that got transitioned in history came through a way of conquering, right? What's so interesting about Kemetic tradition is the fact that we can trace it back to the earliest roots. So when people try to say, oh, well, how we know Kemet just didn't inherit it or take somebody else to that, we know that because we know these very people had this tradition before there was even a such thing as a Kemet.
So that was tradition, a multitude of traditions.
I would say, yeah. It became a conglomerate, that like you got people that you just coming together, you know what I'm saying, and they combine their knowledge.
Okay. So all we can say is that the people of Kemet, the people of color, and or non-color. They could have been a mixture of both, right?
No, they was most definitely a people
not
of
in
color.
the beginning. Not in the beginning. Yeah, it was just black. Yeah.
Hey, you don't want the scholar police to come through here, Elder Hurt.
The who?
You know who the scholar police is, don't you?
Who that?
The scholar police. That's Unc the scholar police, bro. You say they black, man.
And that's my dog.
He be waiting for somebody to call the Egyptians black.
You jump on something that's already been proven.
Right. Now, it's been proven that they was people of color.
Yes.
But black was not incorporated. Hold on, let me ask y'all this. Black was never used over there as to describe a race of people. Black was used over here to describe a race of people, correct?
Yes.
I would disagree with that.
Hold on. Hey, Hurt. Go ahead, Hurt. I'll let you hear you. Go ahead, Hurt.
Only because I mean now only because now Abadale Kambon, he's proven that that they united on the fact that they were the same phenotype. And they had they was looking at each other as the same.
All right. Whoa. Phenotype. Yeah. Phenotype is looker shit.
You gotta drop that in my back chat, Hurt. You gotta drop that on me on Facebook, bro. I need to
listen. A phenotype is looker shit. That means I can look at somebody and say, man, you look like these people right here, and I can classify you as them. This is what happened in America, bro. To us, to the American Indians. They looked at you and they classify you. If you look at any of these census documents, ain't no one person wrote that. All the handwriting is the same. So they did looker shit. So just because we got the same phenotype and we talking about here today, when we know people's been cooking all over the place, when we be dealing with 2026.
But phenotype play more than just the role of your skin color, right?
A phenotype is looker shit.
No,
period.
Right, but it takes more than just the role of your skin complexion. So when you're talking about,
I'm not talking about just your skin complexion, bro. It does. Right. Phenotype doesn't have nothing to do with your chromosomes or none of that. As far as like you looking like somebody else, it only has to do with your chromosome when you're dealing with your mom and daddy or grandparents, stuff like that. Somebody in your immediate bloodline.
I'll give you an example, TK. So the thickness of lips You know
Man,
that
dog, we already had that. We had the Olmecs over here, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. The Olmecs did not come from Africa. They did not come from Africa. They was not made by no African.
Nobody
did not come from Africa. They didn't, and nobody from Africa made that, bro. That was some banger shit. That was some Pan-African shit.
All right. Hold on, OTK. Let me get it out.
No research to back that.
Hold on 1 second, because here's the thing see, you jumped the gun. And I'm gonna tell you why you jumped the gun. Because
okay, bro.
The lip classification, while it was classified here and over in Africa, right? When you look at the lip, hold on. When you look at the lip classification for here and the lip classification over in Africa, they have two different
classification, bro.
Hold on, watch this. Now let me go back to making my original point, right? When we talk about the lips that we have, not the lips that the Olmecs have, because the Olmecs have lips. If we're talking about phenotype and you want to talk about over here, they are Polynesian.
They got full lips. Full lips.
But Polynesian.
No, there's no trace. The Olmecs. Stop, bro. It's no trace that the Olmecs are Polynesian. That's something you made up. That's something you made up.
I didn't say they were Polynesian, bro.
You say they lips are Polynesian.
The Olmecs have Polynesian phenotypes. Yes.
When they found Polynesian, when they found the Olmecs, what Polynesian did they compare that to?
What Polynesian? Hold on.
Huh?
Let me.
Yeah. What Polynesian did they compare that to, dog? When they found the Olmecs? Do you know what year they found the Olmecs? Compared to when you first had a person called a Polynesian?
What that guy?
But go ahead, bro.
What that guy?
No, because that's letting you know, dog. No, bro. No, bro. You at first, your boy Dr. Clark and all them boys there say the Olmecs had African features with the full lips and all that. But dog, that was proven wrong.
By who?
There wasn't no research behind that.
It was so.
Dr. Clark, them boys was not anthropologists.
He was not. He wasn't the one.
All right there, bro. All right there. Hold on. Stop, bro. So they was not anthropologists. The anthropologists go against their theories. What is wrong with y'all?
So
even Reggie go against their theories. Come on, man. Y'all ain't see what been going on?
Hey, so you don't believe there's no such thing as racism, I'm assuming.
Race? Hold up, bro. Come on. Stop it, bro. Stop it, Hercules. Put no words in my mouth, bro. No. Let's stay right here with these Olmecs, bro. Let's stay right here with these Olmecs. Y'all say they African. Bro, y'all say they African.
African.
You giving no proof for what you're saying.
Hold on. He just backed me up and said that they not African. No. So Hercules, the Olmecs are African? Hercules? Oh shit, Hercules drop off. My fault. I hope Hercules ain't saying the Olmecs are African, bro. I hope he's not saying that.
No, nobody. Oh, listen.
Not you, humble.
But the reason we was talking about the thickness of the lips, and the reason we talked about the reason I brought up the Polynesians is because they both share phenotypes from the Asians, the Asiatic people. And so
it's nothing wrong, bro.
And so when you look at this, is what I'm saying is when you look at their phenotypes, you can tell that their phenotypes is totally different than the phenotype they have in Africa. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. I was not saying that the Olmecs came from Africa. No, their broad noses and cheekbones, they come from an Asiatic people. They don't come from an African people. This is why when I went on to talk about the broad,
hey, listen, bro, Africa, bro, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this right here, bro.
Right. Let him explain his hurt, and then you can get it in.
You got to do some more research on that, bro. Y'all still doing looker shit. We got to do what really happened, bro. What really was going on. We just can't do looker shit and say somebody looked like this from their full lips. What I'm telling you is, dog, this is what got the American Indian reclassified. Looker shit.
I see what you're saying, bro. But
that's all, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro.
But you can't discount. Here's the thing that you can't discount either. You can't discount the science that go into philology, right? You can't discount the science that go into the migratory phenotype.
Those are theories.
You can't do that.
Those are all theories, bro. The only real migratory story that's proof is the ones that really migrated. That's on documents. All this other migration story, dog, that's all theories, bro. It's no proof of that.
Wait. All right. So
come on.
You said some that actually migrated and some that's theories. Which ones do you think that actually migrated, and which ones do you think that's a theory?
We know the ones that migrated because they was documented when they was coming across. Where not all of them was documented, but we know. We talking about war times with other countries, dog. That's your great migration over here.
Migration happened way before that, bro.
Not on this level, bro. No.
Yeah.
The level of the wars, bro, that people migrated here, it was.
Yeah, y'all talking about two different times.
Yeah, y'all talking about two different
I was telling him, you know what I mean? But we can get on the same time period. But I'm telling you, this is when the big migration started. Though. It wasn't no people migrating over here like in the early days like that. They wouldn't come in huge numbers, bro.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Go ahead, Master.
Go ahead. So that's the thing. When people say stuff like that, one of the questions I always ask is that if Black people were able to build pyramids, construct a pyramid to stand for 4,000 years, you seriously think they couldn't find a way to navigate across the damn planet? Seriously? And I find it interesting, if Black people ain't never come here from Africa, especially during the ancient Egyptian times, then how come they
never said
a map? I know that you're not saying this, but I'm just saying, how come they found
I never
map?
said that.
I know you didn't, but I'm just making a statement. I'm making a claim. Because you said that the people didn't come from Africa. The Olmecs didn't come from Africa. And there are people out there that said that they did. And one of the proof that they did.
None of them was proven. Oh, none of them, bro.
Hold up.
By the real people who do the research.
One of the proofs, one of the proofs that they found that people that traveled from ancient Egypt over to the Americas is they
not the spear.
Can I say?
Not the spear.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. They found a map of the east coast of South America and Central America, dated the Ramses II time period, in the library of Alexandria. So it's like, if they have never.
Hold on, can you stop?
Hold up. Can you stop? That's you got
your screen showing. Yeah, show me this map. Show me this map.
But right now, I need to finish this. I wanted to show you this because you keep saying nobody did the work, which is not true.
One called They Came Before Columbus and one called Early America Revisited. And both of these books, particularly the first one, received a lot of criticism and a lot of praise. It was a very polarizing one because he suggested that Africans sailed to America before Christopher Columbus. Now, I've read a lot of the critiques of his work, and I'll be honest with you, most of the critiques I've read to this point, and I'd be happy to see a better one, have either just lied about what he said. They've said that he said that all the Olmecs were Africans. He never said that. They've said that he said Africans civilized Native Americans. Who would say such a racist, idiotic thing other than a racist idiot? He never said that. He never said Africans founded Olmec civilization. These are all things that people said he said, and even putting quotation marks in their articles, because they knew people were not going to read Van Sertima's work. Once you labeled him a crazy Afrocentric black person, even though he's half Native American, didn't matter, job done, people were not going to read his work. Then some other critiques that I've read around his work just deal with partial pieces of the evidence in isolation and say, see, therefore he's wrong. But if you view one piece of evidence in a case in isolation, you're not building a whole case. So I'm happy to see a better, more rounded critique and tell them, I'm going to present to you some of the evidence he presents in his book. You can decide some of the evidence in his books if you think the position that he's put forward is rational and sensible, not based on our bias and the ridiculous idea that Africans couldn't have sailed across the ocean, but based on actual evidence. So some of the evidence he put together.
When you start following this dude after he had battled your boy.
Columbus' son. The names are all up there. You can go and check the book, check his references. Who talked about seeing Africans when they got to America. Columbus particularly doesn't talk about actually seeing them himself. He talks about the indigenous people of Haiti giving him some spears that they said they traded with black people that came from the southeast. He takes them back to Spain. They're examined by the Spanish metallurgist, who concludes they were the same as the spears they were trading with Guinea. One of these scholars here, the Frenchman, Captain Calhert, explicitly refers to the Africans he saw in Panama as Mandingos, which were the people of medieval Mali. So 13 different Europeans. African oral tradition in the Malian kingdom says that King Abubakar II left, he abdicated the throne with 200 ships to sail to the continent to the west. There are two contemporary Arabic documents from
Yo, this joint longer than I thought it was.
The Moorish ways of thinking. Dog, I just asked you, was you talking about spear? Go here, they said golden tip. That's what I asked you. You went right in into a whole diatribe. What he said? Oh, and they took it back to Spain, and Spain said, oh, this shit came from Africa. Come on, man. Them stories is old, bro.
They've been proven to be true.
They're debunked also, bro. No,
By
they
who?
didn't.
By who?
Now,
Who debunked it? That's what I'm
hold
asking.
up. Hercules, hold on. Hercules. Now, from my point of view, bro, was we interacting with other countries? I truly believe that, bro. I truly believe that. You know what I'm saying? I never knocked that theory. I never knocked that. Like, you can't be that fucking close together and you got canoes and you got boats. You know what I mean? So I never was the one to knock that, especially deal with the cocaine mummies of Egypt. So we know cocaine is only grown in South America. So yeah, so I you know what I mean? I'm with you with that, bro. I just don't, you know what I mean, say that, damn, that's how all people that look like us came from Africa, bro. When it was already people who look like them people probably that came from Africa already here, bro. That's all I'm saying.
So OTK, you don't follow the Africa theory.
Wait, they not going against what you're saying. They just saying some people came from over there over here. There was people already here. And more like, yeah, they probably all look alike, but still you had people that traveled from over there to over here during that time period and lived amongst them.
Or before that. Yes. Or before that.
So,
you know what I mean? That's an open topic right there, Hercules. That's why I'm always open to that.
But OTK,
you know what I mean? That's an open topic.
Do you follow the Out of Africa theory or no?
No.
Okay, that's why you got it.
Yeah. I believe life started everywhere on multiple places at either the same time or different times, whenever they time, but no. Everybody didn't come out of one place.
Human life? You talk about human life, right?
Huh?
You talk about
I'm talking about human life. Yeah, I'm talking about human life. Yes. That's what your question was about, right, Humble? Human life? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, human life. But now I got a question for you though, Quantum. I got a question for you. How is him is living over here when all of over here was under ice?
That's a lie. All over here wasn't under ice, bro. That's a lie. That was only the northern part up underneath ice, bro. That was a lie.
Right, but
all of North America never was. Hold on, all of North America was never under ice, my brother. That's a lie.
But
that's a lie.
Part was under ice.
That's Canada, and some of the top parts of the United States, but not all of the United States, bro. It might have came down into like different areas, but no.
Yo, this battery thing is messing my damn laptop up.
Because we on that equator line now. Don't get it twisted now. We got tropical weather. It stays hot here.
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, it was mostly in the north, but it's that because that yeah, it's mostly in the north how they people came over there. What you doing? How you looking up something?
Yeah.
Oh,
y'all know me. When I go sign, I be looking stuff up and things of that nature.
But okay, yeah, but not all was up underneath that frozen period. Talking about during the closed period.
So ice never reached South America, Central America, the Caribbean, Mexico, Texas, Gulf Coast.
It was too hot, dog. We on the equator too. That's why when they started dealing with complexion, it was like, but damn, these motherfuckers they look the same skin complexion, but they look different. But then when they started going up farther up north, like later Indian, so they were like, shit, these some really colored people, even in the islands. In South America, they say, damn, these boys got all different shades of this color, depending on where they at. And that's where you get the copper color from, bro. I got a Friar Lejeune, dog. He said that when he saw the American Indians, when he got into Charleston, he said them boys was dark chestnut. You know, chestnut grows in South Carolina, a tree. He said it was dark chestnut color, bro, when he saw the American Indians over here. That's dark with a red undertone. That's me. Dark with a red undertone because of my climate, where I'm at. I work outside, dog. I done changed 10 different complexions since I was fucking 17. And I got pictures to show you from me working outside, from me being high, and then coming and starting a life and working and a trade, and then me on my own. You can see how that sun beat me up.
But so this goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? What I was looking up. So when you look up the first Americans here, right? You see that their culture was islandistic, meaning they were island people. right? And this
Those
was
would be
before
yeah, those would be your
this
characters.
was before the ice receded. After the ice,
Yeah.
now to show that these people were hopping along the Pacific shorelines, right? So what is the
Are you
Pacific
talking about the Native
Ocean?
American story? Are you
The
talking
South
about the
America, yeah, the South
Siberian land
America,
bridge?
the South Americans. They arrived by coastal
No,
lands and possibly Pacific
no,
routes.
no, no, no,
Let's say
no.
the first
Talking about
wave
the Native
of
Americans and the Siberian story about the land bridge and how they left and they came through California and went on down to Mexico and then they ended up in South America.
no. I'm talking about the first coastal Asians that came here as hunter gatherers that
Yeah,
traveled
that's the
along the
Baron. Those your
Pacific Route.
Baron people, bro. Those your Baron Straight
No,
Right.
people.
no, you
But
can't. They couldn't be because they
those are
can't.
Asiatic people.
But thing is that
But
they
that's your
couldn't
Baron
come from the
Straight people.
Bering.
But it's
If
no
they,
proof
if
to
you had
that.
the ice age didn't. The ice did not thaw out until after, after 10,000 BC. Well, you
That's what
already
I'm
had people
saying.
Yeah,
here, so they
that's the
couldn't walk
Clovis
across that.
period. Right.
But there was people already here before they came across that land bridge.
Yes.
Big
That's what I'm
fact.
saying.
Say
That's
they
what I was
saw
looking up.
people and they think they saw people over here already. That's what taught them how to trade and all of that. They didn't know how to survive. How could they survive that long if they didn't know what to eat? For one, they was following animals that was already migrating back to America. If they want to use this Siberian theory, then let me flip it on you. These animals that was coming back in the wintertime or whatever through that bridge, they was animals that migrated over there that left out of the Americas. And y'all started catching them over there. You know what I mean? So it was coming over here. And if you want to say these people was on the Siberian Strait, they was following animals. They was
No.
following
So
food.
OTK, we missing. So our
Go
missing
ahead.
link here once again is the time periods. We talking about two different time periods once again. The Asians that came up along the Pacific coast are different than the people that went or the time period is different than when the people went across the Bering Strait. Right? But what you see is that the first people here came from them Asian people. And them people were the people that settled here when North America was under ice, and then when the ice receded, those people crossed the Bering Strait. So this is why when people try to say
so
that the
all right,
original
so your
people here
first
had
time
connections
period
with
that you're
Africa,
talking about,
what?
your specific people that was coming through the Pacific Ocean. That talk about the Chinos, the Pacific slave trade, or what?
No. These were
What
the
time
first
period are you
Asians.
talking about?
Right.
I think
So
you come out like 20,000.
So these were the first Asian. These were the first Asian East hunter gatherers. Right. So these were hunter gatherer people who were moving up along the Pacific coast. These were the first people that moved across the Pacific coast and started to populate and occupy the southern land of America. Now, mind you, the southern and central land. Now, mind you, the north is under ice. When the north receded, these people started to migrate northward when the ice receded. So these people, this is why this is me personally, this is why I always trace them back. Let me count when I say this. I always trace them back to the early Asians and not Africans, because we can trace their migration. Their migration is totally different. And I know what Brother Mass is talking about, but those two migrations are totally different. They don't overlap or come together, any of that. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about a little bit before the Ice Age. What you're talking about, OTK,
We don't got no proof of that, though, bro.
We do got proof of that.
Just like the Bering Strait is a theory. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. Just like the Bering Strait crossing is a theory. It's no proof of that, bro.
bro.
Now,
Okay.
what we do got proof of is them boys bringing Asians and people from the Philippines and all of these islands off the Asian coast, Orientals at this time, bringing them over here. Yes, we saw this in the Pacific. That's why I asked you what time period you talking about. Now, you talking about Clovis period or before the Clovis period? There's no proof of that, bro.
So you said
Big
that.
fact.
So you saying they don't have proof that the Southern American population show cultural and genetic hints of Pacific Island connections with the same building boat style? They know the way they
All
built
right.
their boat.
So now when
From
you say
fishing
Pacific
tools,
Islands, we got to understand Hawaii is in the Pacific Island. Will you call Hawaii Asian?
what do you call Hawaii, Asia?
Yeah, Asian. Would you call it Asian?
No.
Yeah, they consider themselves to
All
be
right
Asians.
then. All right then. That's in the Pacific Ocean. So we got to understand the Pacific Ocean is vast and they got multiple islands, vast islands in the Pacific Ocean, bro.
You're not.
So we can't say all these people come from Asia or these people didn't come from parts of America already and went to these islands. So we really don't know. That's why I say that's a toss up.
But
That's why I say it's no proof. No,
if time out, if you got an empty land, hold on.
Bro.
If you got an empty land and then
you would have to go to some DNA.
That's proof.
Bro, you would have to go to some DNA shit to try to prove yourself right with that. No, you can't say all the Pacific Islands are populated by people from Asia.
If you can show that the artifacts in the Pacific are older than the artifacts that are in America, that means that people were living there first.
Not there first, they just got discovered first. Remember, everything going off a date, stratosphere and all that. So, you know what I mean? They doing this new shit because carbon dating only go back so far. So they doing this new shit too. Yeah, but
so every inhabited island in the Pacific was populated by early Asian people. Through different waves, different cultures, and different time periods, the Pacific is one of the greatest human migration stories ever told. So, yes.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to tell you like this, bro. I'm going to tell you like this. They had no American DNA to compare these people to.
What do you mean they had no American DNA to compare these people to?
Because nobody was in America.
Nobody was in America yet.
Research. Hold on, calm down. Y'all ain't got. Hold on, calm down. You're giving me a DNA research. That's the analysis off of DNA. So now, show me an American Indian off the West Coast who DNA they was testing them across against. Or off Mexico side, who was texting them
we
again.
didn't say DNA. What we said, what we said.
Oh yeah, that's how that research was evolved. That research was evolved off of DNA.
No, it was not. The one that Humble just read.
Yeah, what was that comprised off of?
No,
that was migration patterns.
Migration patterns? Hold on. How do they track migrations, bro?
You gotta look at the artifacts that was left behind. If I find artifacts that are older in the islands than you have in Americas, that means that people was living in the islands first.
No.
Okay, so when I say migration, hold on, OTK.
That, bro. That does not mean that, bro.
Hold on, OTK, real fast. When I just said, he said, where was I reading it from? I said migration patterns. When I say migration patterns, what they are tracing,
patterns, right.
like Massa was saying, what they are tracing is the cultural remnants or the cultural left behind of the people that were there and where they're traveling to.
Could those cultures already be there when some of those people arrive?
No, but there's nobody.
Hold
That's
on,
the point.
listen to what I'm saying.
Go
So
ahead.
if I already got a culture, and you from a place and you got a culture, up in the same place, you come the way I'm at. Our culture intertwined. How can you say the culture that you see today came from one culture and not both?
Because
how do you determine that?
One culture wasn't there until the other culture got there.
Not true.
That's the point. That is
because
true.
They documented, bro. You're saying that because
you do know there was a time period when the Americas was uninhabited, right?
Americas was uninhabited. Unless you're talking about when Africa, when all the world was uninhabited.
Wait, Humble, you forgot that he don't believe that he believes that people originated everywhere.
Oh,
right.
So they wouldn't have migrated.
Right.
They were already
right.
That's why we talking about
migration stories,
patterns.
Dog. Hold on.
Because
are all these migration stories from other countries to America are they theories, bro? Are they theories? All of these migration stories from America back in the past.
If they think so, it's
in the past, bro.
Hold on,
Humble. I'm saying in the past, Humble. Yeah.
I'm saying in the past. Throw out all of the artifacts that these people have found to say that, oh, that's just a theory. No, that's not how that works. Scientific,
those are theories.
And this is something, hold on one second. This is something I can give up to Unc, right? Unc is good at making his point when it worked for him. Scientific theories don't work that way. That's not how you can just say,
scientific theories
we ain't gonna test it.
Hold on. No, so scientific facts only reside within the scientific world. It don't reside outside science. So those theories cannot be taken as facts. Those are scientific facts, bro. Quit playing with me, Humble.
Wait, what's a scientific
bro?
What's
That's all science, bro. Science is in a class within itself, bro. Come on. That's why it's two different theories. You got a theory and then you got a scientific theory. Yes or no?
Yes. But what's the difference? Yes.
All right, then. Hold on. All right, then. So science don't always prove everything, bro. That's why it's always correcting itself. And that's why I respect it. Because it's saying, dog, we always proving itself. You know what I mean? The only thing that I totally agree with some parts of science is natural science. Because they're explaining things that's already natural and they trying to give an explanation for it. Mm-hmm, and they start naming these things. That's it. That's it. I respect that part of it. But all these other parts of science, dog, that's why they all theories.
Man, but the point of the theory is that it's something for you to stand and have a foundation on.
OTK, so you don't know what a scientific theory is.
You can't have a foundation on a theory, dog.
Yes, you can.
No,
how can't you have it? It's called methodology, OTK. OTK,
yeah,
hold on.
I understand the scientific method, bro. So let me ask you this. Do your scientific method start from a thought first or a theory?
It starts from a thought first.
Okay, then. So that's your foundation. Theory. Your thought is the foundation then.
No. The method determines, hold on. The method determines your thinking. The method is literally the rule guide.
I ain't never say nothing about that, bro.
Okay, so the point that we're making, OTK.
A theory is not the foundation.
A scientific theory is a tested, proven hypothesis.
So it's been tested, it's been observed, it had been experimented, it been observed, experimented, it been observed, hypothesis has been talked about it, and it's been experimented on. That is a scientific theory. So now when we bring that into anthropology, hold on real fast, because then I'm gonna play this right here. But when we bring that into anthropology, right? What these people do is they gather the leftovers of the ancient people and they compare them. They take data analysis of of other cultures that was in that region. They find similarities. Now, this is why when you talked about the phenotypes, we can't just do lookership. There's more that goes into typology. Excuse me. There's more to go into cultural comparison than just their phenotypes, right? They got languages, writing styles, the way they hunt, the way they fish, the way they organize, the way they get in their tribes, the way they migrate, the way they eat. They study all of these things. This is how they're able to tell that these Native Indians or these Indian Americans came from Asia because they left footprints. I'm gonna play. Hold on, let me play this. Let me play this commercial real quick, y'all. Shout out to A1. Let's get it.
History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dog.
Hold on. A1, I don't think it's up here.
It's up there. It's right here. It's an overlay. This Friday.
Oh, overlays. Okay.
This Friday, I will be going over the conversation I had with Cosmon and OTK on natural selection in the Pepper Mall. This Friday, check it out. Make sure you're there, OTK. I said, make sure you're there. I got to drop it down though. Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you too, A1. I'ma definitely be there, man. You already know. I like that. At least you invite us, you know what I mean? So we can come and give our input. We got to listen to what you say, and then we can give our input and have some pushback. So I respect that. I totally respect that. That's grown man.
I appreciate it. I'm just trying to make it fun.
Yeah, that's grown man shit. You know? Even though you tried to punk me the other night, everything good. Hey, humble, bro, tried to punk me the other night. I stood my ground. I stood my ground, humble.
Shalaki. All right, so I got to drop down.
Halito.
Hey, where Cosmon at tonight, man?
Hey, hold on now, man. Hey, mine now. I make a phone call now. You know, hey listen, ain't one no like with me and Cosmon up here together, man.
Hey,
we
man,
body bag
Cosmon
people like
here,
for
man.
real, bro.
I heard him talking.
We done body bag everybody who been up here. We done body bagged them.
I heard Cosmo talking about naturalism. We need him to get up here and define and back.
That's what the O is. That's what the O is. The O is natural. It's talking about the natural life.
No, man, that's not what your man's is saying. That's not what your man's is saying. That's not a
religious book, bro. The Owaspie is not a religious book.
Cosmo, Owaspie is a religious book.
No, it's not, bro.
So why it got angels in it then? Why you got angels in it then? Why it got angels in it?
Belief. Hold on.
Why do it got angels in it?
All right, but let me ask you this. Bro. So, your grandparent ain't never prayed to her mama for wisdom or nothing like that? And she said, oh, my mama watching over me. Is that not an angel?
No, that's a real being. No, y'all ain't going to do that.
Whoa. But she's dead.
Bible say
her mom is dead.
No, bro. Make me pull up that Owaspie Bible, bro. Don't make me pull up that Owaski Bible so I can show you. Man,
Man,
so why the Owaski Bible got abracadabra in it? As soon as you open up the Owaski Bible, it say that these are the words. It say these are a list of words that are unusual to the reader. The first word up there is abracadabra. And what do it use when it say abracadabra? What do it tell you about abracadabra when it used the word in the book abracadabra? It is a prayer. Come on, it is a mystical prayer. This stuff is religious, man.
What year did abracadabra become a prayer? Was
What
it
you
before the
mean, what
Owaski
year?
or after?
It was in the Owaski. I don't know.
Was it before the
or after. I
Owaski
know it was
or
in
after the
Owaski.
Owaski? So what
It's
I'm
in
showing
the
you
Owaski.
is that sometimes people can come out with words and stereotype these words after something comes out because they disagree with it.
But whether
So you said it don't contain
abracadabra come out.
Wait, so you said it don't
When
contain any
did
new revelation?
abracadabra come out?
It don't contain
What
any
happened?
new revelation. So you saying it don't contain a new revelation?
Yes, it do.
Then that makes it a religious text.
Who is Isis?
No.
Who is Isu? Who's Isa?
You to believe it.
In the Owaski book, who is Isa? Don't make me pull up this Owaski book, OTK.
The Owaski don't tell you this is the way to save you. It tells you to follow these rules and but you don't have to follow me. That's why
Jehovah is speaking to the man. Jehovah is literally talking to the man in the book.
Don't let the names.
He's telling the man.
Don't let
what?
the names.
Hey, yo, bro, don't make me hold up,
bro.
Hold up, bro, because they
on,
trying to now. I wasn't even gonna do it, but OTK is trying to
now, bro. Be careful what you ask for, humble.
I can't let you do this.
And
bro.
I'm not even a waspy dude. I'm not a creative gang. I respect it though. I respect it. Just like if you wasn't up here humble, I would respect your comedic thought and I protect you the same way. Be like, hold on now. The same way he break it down to me.
Here's what I'm saying. You don't need to protect. I don't know what that is, but you don't need to protect that, bro.
But you said it's not a religious text, and it talks about revelation.
Not religious. It's natural spiritual text. It's not.
Hold on. It talks about
everything that's religious is something you gotta believe in. Once you believe in it, it's religious.
You gotta believe in it.
Hey, the creator gang can tell you, man, they'll throw the Owaski away. They'll tell you they'll throw the Owaski away.
I'm about to pull it up right now. Don't worry about it. Hold on.
Let me go my dog.
Pull it up real quick.
Yeah.
Pull this up. Look, I told y'all, man, I study my opponents, man. I don't just do this for play, right? So this is the Owaski Bible. Let me go up. I got some screenshots. I was trying to show y'all the screenshots without even going to the real Bible. But let me go all the way up here. The Owaski Bible, right? Owaski, a Cosmon Bible in the words of who? Jehovah and his who? Angels, right? Ambassador angels, right? By John Bailey Newborough. It say the Cosmon Bible in the words of Jehovah and his angels, supernatural, by John Bailey Newborough. Now let's get down here, right? Watch this. Hold on, it's a table of contents. Watch this. And I'll be reading these chapters just to let y'all know, just to let you know, Cosmon. Don't think I'm just scrolling and I don't know what these chapters. I done read through all these chapters. I know where all the pseudoisms is. That's how I could point it out. This one right here, right? Gentleman's statement of the contents of Owaski. No, where's the So this is the books. Watch this. No, this is crazy. Watch this. General statement of the contents of Owaski. The Book of Jehovah gives a general idea of creation of man. A general idea, right? So you got to now believe the idea in the creation of man, right? And of vegetables and animals, life on earth. This is a creation story right here. This is a creation story. And inorganic inhabitants of the earth to your atmosphere. It say, watch this. The book of sinners, the son of Jehovah. This Jehovah got sons? The book is telling you that this person, right, or this thing right here got sons. Remember, Cosmon was telling y'all that it was the space and it was inseparable between the seen and the unseen, and then it became space, and then it became matter, and then it became this, and it's letting you know that all of this got sons. Right? Let's go down. The book of Ophs. I don't know how they want to pronounce that. Right? 24,000 years BK. What is BK? What is BK? What in the world? And carried down the book of Leica, 3,400 years BK. The upper books treating the Etheria, and the lower heavens. You see books, you see words like heavens and angels and sons of Jehovah. This is all religious. Right? Let's go to the abracadabra I was telling y'all about. Let's go. Here go right here. The glossary of strange words. Watch this, y'all. The glossary of strange words used in this book. Abracadabra, the first one. It's a abracadabra was a monotonous prayer set in the form of a triangle. Is that not occultism? And short and disconnected sentences, so arranged so that it was without beginning or ending, which the person might repeat over and over and over to induce sleep or trance. This is a seance. And how are you saying this is not religious? That this is worse than religion? This is crazy. This is, let's find out some more words.
It's all religious, man.
Hold on, man. That's just
a simple Google search. It said, yeah, it's a religious text. Come on, man.
That's crazy, man. Watch this. Listen, man. Hold on. Let's get into one of these chapters. They got Moses in here. Moses. Hey, yo, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way y'all taking this serious, bro. They got Moses in the Owaski Bible. Where Moses come from? What they say about Moses? An Egyptian lawgiver. He was contemporaneous with Kapalia of India. What? And Shan of China, living 2,400 years after Abram. Hey, yo, 3,400 BCE.
Oh, so
what, bro? This is what the Obas. Yo, Cosmon is in trouble, bro. Cosmon is in trouble. This is crazy. Joshu, right? Like Kahu and Sebeka, was a lawgiver of subcycle rank. He was of Jewish birth and in Aisu. What? Hey, yo, is this not Jesus in Greek? This is laughable. This is laughable, bro. I'm gonna stop Shan. I'm gonna stop hurting my brother Cosmon real quick. You can't even get past the first page, bro. This is crazy. And then OTK gonna come up and try to defend the fact that this is not a religious text. Hey, yo, this is crazy. Oh man, that was fun. Cosmon.
Don't it talk about Atlantis or something like that?
Huh?
It talked about a lost continent.
Yeah.
Lemuria, or something like that. That's kind of like Atlantis. Like it was.
Yeah, it was like an Atlantis type joint. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. I had to let my dogs out. I'm over here fiddling with my charger, man. I'm trying to make sure my laptop don't die. But man, yeah, that's some pseudo judo right there, bro. What I said in my presentation, pseudo judo right there, bro. Ain't no way you talking about somebody telling you naturalistic science, and then they talking about Moses lived after Abraham, who was contemporaneous to all these other people that we don't. Yo, what? Come on, bro. Ain't no way. And this is what we gotta watch out for: this religious thinking, right? So I think I was talking about this in my presentation as well, when I was talking about people who actually, because Brother Quantum asked me about it, people who want to separate from the religion but keep the thinking of the religion, so they'll try to fuse it with naturalism, right? And this is exactly what you see the Owaspi Bible do. You see other books out here do. That's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, man. Oh, hey, yo, not Moses and Owaspi Bible, bro. That's crazy. Damn, man. But then they tell you they don't believe in the Bible and none of that stuff, and we don't believe in a religion. Oh, but they believe in Moses. How that even make sense? That's just some of the crazy stuff in there, bro. That's just some of the crazy stuff in there.
Yo, I'm about to hop off. I'll be back if y'all still up, yeah?
All right, most definitely, most definitely.
All right.
What's up with you over there, Quantum? Oh, is Quantum here? Quantum probably not even here. What's up, y'all? I'm over here trying to get my laptop straightened out. My charger got a shortage in it, so I'm trying to make sure it's running fine. What's up? What's up, y'all in the comments? I see y'all down there. Jay Snakes, what's up? Shout out to you, Jay Snakes. What's up, James? Aloha. What's up, Pope? What's up, Pope? We see you down there. Silky D? Was that Silky D in the building? Hey, yo, you need to hit. Oh, hold up. I ain't even see you down there. My bad, Silky D. What's up, Silky D?
Oh, man, it's all good. I see you putting them boys on trial, huh? They on the hot seat today.
You know what's up.
Man, what are they? What is it? Andrew Vanderstock, right? That's the executive director of that little stuff. Yeah, he. What they Russian or German, right?
Yeah. That's German, bro. They crazy, man.
How you get behind that? That's
nah. Don't get behind that. Listen, my thing is, man, if you gonna get behind something because you tired of religion, get behind something that at least you feel comfortable in. Like, once I stopped the link, I got you. Once I got out of Christianity, no other Abrahamic religion felt comfortable for me. And so I'm like, man, I don't know, bro. It's just like, when I look at a culture, I should see me. I should see people that look like me. You see what I'm saying? I shouldn't be seeing all the European people and then knowing what I know about the European people, just be like, oh yeah, man, you know, I feel good worshiping this. Nah, hell no. What type of shit is that?
Especially when all the people in the foundation is all white at the top. It ain't like they're not even giving you nobody of your own. They the ones making all the rules, and everybody else, I guess, just following.
Nah, see, I could see, like, definitely, like, history is crazy, bro, because I can see if I was a Christian and the KKK burnt down my church, but then God did something evil to them that made them, you see what I'm saying, burn their church down or something, take their firstborn or something. You see what I'm saying? But here I am, a melanated person, and the KKK come and burn down my church. They supposed to be God-fearing people, but they burn down my church. Like, apparently God don't like black churches. And then I can't even go and retaliate. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, you gotta turn the other cheek. And you can't go against your master, right? You gotta love your master as if you love God. Ain't that in there?
That's what they say, man. Hey, OTK, why you run away when I started showing off your
No,
I
actually jumped off, bro, because I told you I was gonna call Cos. I actually tried to call him, but he must be at work, bro. He must be at
work
the
now,
job.
huh?
Yeah, I mean, he got a family, bro.
I will say this. I will say this for the people at home. When
One thing about them, they don't run from nothing. No, they run to it. No, that's one thing I gotta.
Oh yeah, you know Cosmo gonna come on.
I'll say this about the religions. When a lot of the times these people, especially these religions, anybody that's backing a religion, and then they try to get out here and argue, and then they try to argue that religion as being global is completely ridiculous. Because it's different areas, they don't praise the same God. So whenever you say a God, you got to pick which one first. Depending on where you at in the world, they got a totally different God. They ain't never even heard of your God. You did like
Owaspy don't do that. The Owaspy don't do that.
I'm just talking about people in period. Like they try to apply their God to creating everything, and in a completely different area, they never heard about your God.
You need to talk about the right religion.
I guarantee.
The right religion. What's the right religion?
Hold on, watch this, Silky D. Hold on, watch this, y'all.
It's not about multiple gods. It's about.
All right, go ahead. I guarantee white faithists practice Owaspy way different than black faithists. I guarantee it.
It's like
you breaking up. Hey, Lady Mom. You breaking up, OTK? What's up, Middle Williams?
Hey, how you brothers doing?
We doing good, brother. We just up here having some great conversation. Hey, Cosmo, I'm not Cosmo, my bad. OTK, you gotta fix your mic, Brody.
Yeah, I was saying, so when they're talking about gods and then they be like, my God or this God, my God better than your God better than this God. Depending on where you're at, your God ain't even relevant. And then they like got the nerve to try to like put the Christianity globally, and it's not globally respected like that. Like I said, there's areas where they've never even heard of God or Christianity or any of that type of stuff. And when you mention God, you got to pick which one. You gotta narrow it down. You can't just say God and think we all supposed to be talking about your God, because there's tons of gods out there. So it's just I just need them to clean that up.
No, that's a fact, and that's why I think it is helpful when they. That's why I think it is helpful when they act when they specify like the Abrahamic God, and you know what I'm saying. And that's something they need to stop doing as well. They need to stop. They need to stop acting like the Abrahamic God is different gods and different traditions, right? Allah is the same as God, who's the same as Yahweh, who's the same as El. They all the same God. They need to stop saying, no, man. Allah the real God. Yahweh the fake God, man. Listen, they all the same God.
Hence, because if you get into the synchronization, because I get to synchronizing the gods like way early on.
Yeah, I feel like where everything went left is if you take all the Abrahamic traditions and other religions, you know how they separate the people. If you take the knowledge for itself and you put yourself in like the Jesus, all the red letters of Jesus, you put yourself in the book, it'll tell you that it's talking about you. You know, not talking about no literal person. Jesus is talking about you. And I think they did that on purpose to keep control of the people. Because, you know, the Bible is the most powerful weapon on this earth. You know, it's been weaponized, and it got us like never before. And one of them powerful things that what the elders told me was, we pray to get off the plantation, but the powers that be with the Caucasian white supremacy pray that God calm our scream.
Well, that's like saying the
You know what
master and
I'm
the
saying?
slave can't pray to the same God.
Exactly. Silence our silence our
So we got an issue
silence.
somewhere.
You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm trying to get off the plantation, you praying for me to stay on it. You know what I mean? So within
Exactly.
that, it, we just so we we go up under this dogma as if it's real. Because if you take God for example, of all being omnipresent, all powerful, do you think God can make a stone that He can't pick up?
Exactly. That question is the perfect question.
Well, they
That
saying like,
And God,
if God wanted you to get the teachings, He'd put the book in everybody's hand. Like He would just boom,
I
book in
mean, but
everybody's
look at
hand.
the Bible,
There you
right?
go.
Well, look at the Bible, right? He created something that he himself was weak to, even in the Bible, right? When he was destroying the people in the townways, and then he's saying the people with the iron chariots riding up the hills, he was weak to them because they had chariots of iron.
but yet still He repented Himself of
Hmm.
of His own wicked way.
There you go. Yeah, he did. This is just some of the stuff, man, that I'd be like, how do you read this stuff and be like, okay, this is real. Yeah. Yeah. Like what? No, man. This
But
crazy.
then you anthropomorphize God as He walk, He talk, He hear. You know what I'm saying? He put His hands on it. He ate something.
And the issue is
You
they
know,
don't know literary
so
devices.
he,
So when they see anthropomorphism in the Bible or in any of these books, they don't know not to take that literal.
but then my thing is, people with certain so-called prophets need Jesus to come down and save humanity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why did He have to use Jesus for a sacrifice? That's blood thirst.
That's a
You
fact.
know, because from my understanding, the sin of blood is what he 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 loved the sin of blood like a perfume.
Yeah, Yahweh was most definitely a warrior god, a warrior deity.
But Jesus in the Bible, Jesus didn't come to with love.
Right. What's up,
He
Jay?
came.
What up, though?
He didn't come love. He didn't come with love, and he came with straight beef. You know what I'm saying? And then His second coming is what's the second coming? He's not His second coming. He's most definitely not coming with love. He's coming to destroy.
That man ain't coming back. That man was never here to come anywhere in the first place.
Exactly.
On
Because
everything.
for the simple
That's
fact,
why I hopped up on here.
when
He's calling me out in the chat and shit.
Oh,
I was
that was
I,
OTK down there calling you out the chat.
That's what I thought you were talking about, my bad.
I questioned Apostle. I questioned Apostle of one of I forgot what I forgot the scripture that when Jesus spoke to the disciples to go to the lost sheep of Israel and go through the town, and by time they get back, he'll be gone. The second coming of the kingdom of God will have already appeared. But yet still they came back and told him what the problems that they ran into. But then when you take it like to the extreme, how long do you think it'll take for them to walk through Jerusalem to speak to the Israelites? Because it's not like we going from the west side to the east side. You going through a whole country walking. That's gonna take you what, about a year?
A couple months at least.
Man, it's not through a whole country. You know, they had to go through different tribes and things like that.
Oh, man,
And
they said
then have to come back.
donkeys and they had donkeys and camels and stuff. Like, I don't know.
But still, Jesus said, by the time y'all even get to the first town, the Son of Man will be appearing to the cloud. But then, yet still, when they came back, they told Jesus about the problems that they ran into.
Right.
So it's all this stuff is made up allegory.
What up, Jay Snake?
You know,
what's popping, homie?
Chilling, man. Hey, you been listening to the conversation? You got anything you want to add?
Not really, man. I'm really just being a spectator. Like I said, I got called out, so I popped up on here. So I probably ain't gonna say too much. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not one of them nights. I ain't really got too much pushback. You know what I mean?
Oh, word. Hey,
you know what I mean?
Hey, OTK, where you at, OTK?
On everything, where you at? Because I got some questions for OTK, but I ain't gonna ask no questions if he ain't up here and shit. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple questions for him.
Facts. My hand, my eyes. I'm trying to get my laptop to stop being crazy, y'all. That's why I'm going on my pauses. I'm trying to make sure my laptop don't die on y'all.
Yeah, but go on Amazon. You could probably find one for the low for your shit. For like under a dub. You know what I mean? You find new charger. That's what I did when I had to short my charger. Instead of like going to Best Buy, get charger on a later soon. I went on Amazon, found one for the low.
And everybody, if you're in the comments right now, man, hey, support, subscribe, like the video, donate to the Cash App Titan Debate League, Cash App at Humble Titan 93 on Cash App. It's right down here at the bottom, y'all.
Also, man, shop with A1, man. I got my homie died like a month ago, man. I got me an exclusive shirt made for the funeral through A1. You know what I mean? A1 to do whatever you need on everything. Shop at A1, yo.
Yeah, shout out to the brother A1 right there, man. Good brother right there. You still there, Silky D?
Yes, sir.
All right, what you over there getting into, Brody? What y'all been talking about lately on y'all back chat?
You said what, Humble?
I said, what y'all been talking about on them back chats?
Ah, shoot. Oh, man, we've been on everything, dog. You know, we hammer it all out over there in the kingdom. Shoot. I was just up on going over that stuff with some of JJ information about that Jacobson Van Dyke, the dude with the retainer sacrifice and over there in Egypt and whatnot.
So you put some water.
I was looking through those files actually last night. We was going over that stuff, and they got literature on it for sure. The dude, he wrote a book, and in that book, I just screenshotted it and circled it. He confirms that that's what it is in his book. So, and not to mention, then I looked up his background, and he's like the forefront of the retainer sacrifice, and I'm guessing the first dynasty, or at least Old Kingdom. So he's kind of certified. You know what I mean? He got his credentials. I went over his credentials. They check out.
Yeah. I always tell people when you look at the earlier, and I honestly won't even say deep into the first kingdom, but even pre-dynastic, you see it here and there. but that get abolished right away. That's not something that stayed long. That wasn't something that was looked at as a good thing or a good practice or anything. That was actually looked at as isfet. So they abolished that right away.
Well, they were saying like they didn't want to keep killing engineers and architects and nurses and great good servants. I'm guessing is what they're saying. Like you're killing good help. Like say the last king, he had the best people, and then y'all kill all the people along with him. Now y'all at a disadvantage because y'all just lost a great engineer, a great doctor, a great whatever, mathematician, farmer, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? All in the admin, the whole administration.
Right. What's up, Dunn? What it do, Brody? Babylon Dunn? Come on, man. Yo, mic check 1 2 1 2.
Yo, what's up, brother? Hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm gonna jump in a minute. I got a little bit too much going on in my background, but I'm loving the conversation, and I'm gonna jump in a minute. Hey, what's up, OTK?
Oh, OTK dropped down for a bit. He be back up here. Most definitely. We want to appreciate all y'all engagement in the comments, y'all. We about to hit y'all with another little commercial. Be right back.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
And we are back. What's up, y'all? Hey, Quantum, you still there, Brody? Oh no, look, my man dropped down. All right, we here, y'all. Once again, man, we appreciate y'all engagement in the comments. You feel me? But hey, listen, once you know what's his name? Cosmon, once he get off the joint, once he get out of work, I'm pretty sure he'll see this tomorrow. He gonna want to respond, you feel me? We up here. We having a good time, y'all. I see y'all in the comments. What's up?
Yeah, he got a lot to respond to. Look like
he gonna have some responding to do, bro. He
gotta do some explaining. You got some explaining to do, sir.
Now it be, you already know, Silky, man. It be, man. People come. Listen, you come and you represent what you like to talk about, but don't misrepresent nobody else. You feel me? That's crazy.
It'd be the far-fetched statements where it all falls apart. Once they start mixing in the far-fetched stuff all in there, you like, oh, here we go. Like they was doing good.
This was the first book that talked about the spherical, the vortexual universe. I'm like, bro,
is it? You heard of the Urantia book?
This was the Owaspy Bible. I said, have
you heard of the Urantia book?
No, not. Oh, look, you put me something on. I gotta look up now. The Urantia book.
Urantia, Urantia, I believe.
Hold on.
The Urantia book. It got like math. They got like all the galaxy and the universe and calculations of this and aliens and all type of stuff is in there.
Right.
And it's and then it's coming from a white dude that's taking it from. He's supposed to be some kind of like Venkman on Ghostbusters. He one of them, phenomenon psychiatrist type people and whatnot. So he had some patient that was blabbering out, supposedly where he got the information from is the patient that was just, I guess, going off or whatnot, and he ended up writing it down, and that's how they came up with the Urantia book. But the funny part about it is the Urantia book drops. It dropped around the same time.
It's funny you're saying Urantia. Hold on 1 second. It's funny you're saying Urantia, and when I read it in OWASP, I put it as Aretna is how I was saying it in a while. That's so funny. I'm like, what? I know what this book is. Yeah. That's the book that say the heaven is divided. OWASP divided the universe into countless Ethereum worlds and things of that nature. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, they need to cut it out.
One of the worlds. Yeah, that's what it is. That's crazy.
They said that the mathematics is all wrong in it.
Yeah.
So I mean like,
listen, man, there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot I can unpack with that. But I be trying to let people live, bro.
Tell me, man. I'm trying to tell you, though. Hey, I already know, bro. But the funny part about it with that, the thing that really messed me up was, the Urantia book drops about maybe a year or two, or like around or the same year that the Circle 7 Noble Drew Ali book dropped.
But
I know, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of.
But they all, that's all a part of that esoteric. That's all a part of the esoteric, all of that spiritual knowledge, wisdom. And I don't have anything against it. My thing is, when you learn about it, then you learn how to make it make sense. Right? You learn how to take you learn when you actually study these things, you learn how to take the supernatural out of it because the physics start to make sense. You only keep the supernatural if you want to continue to have certain beliefs. But other than that, like you can like operate in this stuff and understand that all of these have natural causes and effects. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, but for me personally, it's the people behind the books, bro. This man been practicing seance rituals for 13 years. This is crazy, bro. And then you want to come in, bro? Nah.
If you get into like their background, like it's gonna be some shadiness. If you get into it's gonna be some discrepancies, it's gonna be some stuff that's not accurate, and it's like y'all putting them on a pedestal and it ain't even all the way there. And then it got a lot of flaws in it.
Studying divination for 20 years. Wait a minute, what? And that's what don't make sense. Like here you say, oh well, I channeled a book and I ain't doing none of myself. It wasn't me, it was the angels. But then you look at your background, and then you look at the book, and then you look at your background, and you like, well, the book matches your background.
What they say, the light shined on his hand or something like that, and he felt the urge to start writing. Whatever little fairy tale they want to serve up, huh? Whatever. I'm kind of a realist. I just, but I think the dude, he was, wasn't he like one of his people was a dentist, and the other one was basically like a Ghostbuster. I'm guessing a ghost hunter, or like what's this the people exorcism type of folks, kind of like I guess they was calling them when somebody's feeling like possessed and things like that. So they show up, you know what I mean, and do whatever they do. But man. I mean, they had that one case of the black girl that was possessed, right? Her family. They said that was based off a true story.
I'm back.
But that's another thing is when it comes to that stuff, It's like, so you telling us that ghosts talk to more white people than they do black people, or what? Like,
That's
even with the aliens, it's
yeah.
like the aliens, they only pick up white people. They don't never grab nobody else. Like,
That's a fact.
so, and then, you know,
stuff like that, people don't understand. That's what I'm talking about the energy transfer, right? So we can see in nature. Watch, let me explain something, y'all. Watch this. We can see in nature where fungi, right, drops on an ant and literally zombify the ant just to spore and make more fungi. We can see this, right? So we see how parasites take over mobile bodies. So then they
well,
can
they need a host. Every parasite and every, you know, it needs a host. So that's what it's doing.
Why don't we think that energy can also operate like this? Now, what do I mean by that? I'm not speaking about anything supernatural and people possessing people. No. Right? But there's a thing such as influential energy. Right? So
you're speaking like if somebody walks into the room kind of like angry or mad, people can kind of pick up like, oh, keep going. I got to go ahead.
But now imagine you ever heard the saying misery love company?
Oh yeah.
So this is how negativity, you know, we call it energy and stuff like that, but this is how negativity forms and circulate. Right? One negative person come around another negative person talking negative. The other person is either going to do one or two things, right? They're even going to make the conversation stagnant because they're going to try to cheer up the person who's talking negative, and that's not going to go nowhere. So they're going to make the conversation, or they're going to also start talking negative.
Yeah, you're going to make a pity party.
How influence you are. It's about how easy you are to influence or how influential you are. And so this is one way that energy get transferred, energy get mutated, energy get moved around. So now watch this, right? Here you are doing some stuff that you ain't got no business doing, right? You playing with tarot cards, you playing with Ouija board, you doing all of this stuff, right? And you doing it with your friends. You ain't doing it by yourself, but you're doing it with your friends. And so now all your friends coming and telling you, oh man, this happened. I heard voices in my closet. I heard footsteps and I heard this. Now, when you go home the next day, or when you go home that day, I guarantee some out of the ordinary stuff gonna happen to you. And you're not even going to stop to think that, oh, maybe I had a squeaky floorboard before we was doing this. Or, oh, maybe like your mind is going to start to come up with irrational things to explain what's happening to you because that's the influence you're around.
You're referring to like planting the seed of thought.
And the seed of thought. I watch this all the time, bro. I watch people do tarot. If y'all ever, for the people in the comments that are into this type of stuff, right? Watch a new tarot reader come online on YouTube, right? She'll start doing tarot. She'll be happy. Oh, yes, y'all know source is telling me these messages. A couple months in, she's talking about people deaths, negative energy. They read because they love you. She talking to people from beyond. A couple more months in, now she talking about I see spirits in my corner. I had to leave the tarot cards alone because people were hovering. She's falling into the influence.
Channeling those little spirits, right? Invoking the spirits.
All of that is, and y'all know what it's called? It's called transillusion. Transillusion. Go look that up, family. You can put yourself into a trance to make yourself believe something that is not even true. This is what happened when you don't realize something. I'll give an example, right? Easy example, right? You walk on your floorboards, right? And you've been walking on your floorboards for so long, you don't even realize they make it squeak. You go out, you watch a scary movie, you come back to the house, you walk on your floorboards. The floorboards squeak, and you, who there? Who am I? This is what happens, bro.
They done heard a squeak, huh? They think it's a
What?
demon behind them.
Exactly. It's crazy stuff like that. Bro, you know what we used to do when I was younger? When I was younger, and I was in my Christian days when I was younger, I would cuss everywhere but in front of a church. You know why? Because I heard that God can hear you if you cussing in front of his house. Now, I'm young at this point, so I wasn't logically thinking clearly. But now I think about that, it always takes me back to why did I never think that God could hear if God was there? God could hear me anywhere else if God is omnipotent. Why just in front of a church do I think God could hear me?
God's house. What is God's house? Like, it ain't the church.
Stuff like that, man. That is just like, bro, how, bro? How?
They do a lot, man, to turn off your logic, turn off your comprehension, and it just makes you blind to a lot of stuff. And then the mind is so influential. You know what I'm saying? It don't take much to get influential. You can hypnotize folks. There's many ways, even the word grammar, spelling, spelling is casting spells. Grammar.
Real quick, I apologize for cutting your wisdom, but you touching on something deep here, Silky. People touch on psychology for the better, but I tell people you ain't got to be a specialist in none of this stuff. If you interested in it, just learn a little, But in things such as psychology and physics and chemistry, people touch on a basis and they be like, "Oh yeah, this is cool." Psychology. When you touch on psychology, right, there's something called subjective reasoning, right? Whereas though you are suggestive reasoning, my apologies. Whereas though you get to control a person by literally making statements of suggestions. This is actually a dating technique.
Yeah, I definitely feel what you're saying. They did not like. Actually went to college for psychology and sociology, but the even furthermore, like it's almost a double play. Because if let's just say I go to a psychiatrist right now, I go to the therapist and I go to the psych doctor and go telling them all this stuff, I could be lying. I cannot, and then they're trying to diagnose me off of the lies that I'm telling them.
Facts. Crazy.
So that's how it gets that's how it falls into the a little bit of the pseudo side, is because like I said, you don't know their lifestyle, you don't know what they're dealing with at home, their home environment. You literally dealing with this person for an hour, 30-minute session. Right. And they came in here and told you whatever, and you just try to get them rebuttal and try to give some feedback on it.
Yeah, you getting paid regardless. It's just like teachers, bro. When you get to high school, the craziest thing. I was in middle school. My teacher told me, I wasn't doing my work one day, and she was like, "You better get it right now, because in high school, your teachers ain't gonna be on you like this." I'm sitting, I ain't paying her no mind. And one day in high school, just one random day in high school, I don't know why that replayed in my mind, but what my teacher did was she wrote out daily work or whatnot on the board, and she sat down and she was just sitting there like on her laptop, like in the whole class, like we was in there for like an hour and 30 minutes. The whole class we just in there doing work, and I'm sitting here like, yo, my middle school teacher was right. Like teachers in high school really don't teach like teachers in middle school. And so
yeah, because they restricted by like they got to get people passing. You know, they got principals on top of them. They got test scores that they dealing with, quotas. They might be trying to get less students in their class or get an extra teacher helper. You know, it's a lot that they be having to deal with.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. That's just life, man. Like, and that this be the thing about when we all get up here and we give our little philosophies about what life is, man. To really understand life or even get a grasp on life, I like to use the word understand, but you must become a practitioner. And I mean, you gotta actually start observing, right? Interacting. Every interaction is a testifiable experiment. You got to start knowing people, learning people, sitting back, listening. All of this is experiential and experimental to life. But then the 90% of us just go out here and we just go with the motion. Like we don't even think. Not consciously. We just going with the motion. Oh, I got to get up today. I got to go to work. I got to come home. I got to do this. Just going with the motion. But when you actually stop, like for an example, I went.
Yeah, they stuck in a cycle.
I went to the little shop earlier, and I was looking around me, and I was just looking at like, yo, people were looking like zombies outside today. Just like no, they all just looked depressed. They all just looked like life was passing them by and they're just focused on where they're going. They didn't stand. And here I am walking down the street looking at the trees, looking at the clouds, appreciating the grass. And I'm just looking at people and they just do cars about to crash and shit. I'm like, hey, yo, y'all are really lost out here in the world. Like y'all really lost.
I kind of felt like that when I was downtown Chicago one time, and everybody out there was like downtown. I guess it was work hours. Everybody was walking fast. I'm moving slow. I'm taking my time. Everybody around me was like going to work, fast pacing, trying to get to their office, I guess. You know, I mean, now, yeah, of course, things got to get taken care of. We got things, you know what I'm saying? You got to jump on it, move with a purpose. I understand all that. But it's like, dang, so every day y'all get up and y'all hauling ass downtown, like walking around, catching trains, trying to get to y'all offices and get to y'all jobs. I'm like, yeah, they damn near was running. I was just moving slow, but it just messed me up because I was like, everybody around me was moving fast except me. I was like the only one that was just chilling and taking it in, and they was, I guess, taking care of their purpose.
You ever do that and find some money, bro? You ever just be walking through life, bro? You walking downtown or you walking to the store or you walking wherever you walking, right? And you paying attention to reality. And then you might, man, I done found money so many places, bro. I done found money hanging off the tree, literally in a tree, just like a $10 bill stuck. You know, like when a tree make a little split, just like laying right there. Like, yo, that's a $10 bill, bro. Oh, wow. Like, bro, when you pay attention
I definitely try to be, I definitely try to be in tune with my environment. Definitely try to, you want to sink into your environment. You want to be one with your environment, most definitely. I completely like everywhere you need to be aware. You need to definitely be aware, be sound. And you know what I'm saying? You got to embrace, you got to link up with it. You got to get on that same line with it. If not, you're going to be offset.
And that's why so many people get into so many accidents, right? You walking down the street and you hitting your knee on a step that you didn't even know was there, or you tripping over a broken curb, or you running to, man, my niece was younger. I remember, boy, she used to always run into a pole, bro. And it's just like, bro, you don't see the pole in front of your face. Like what's up with you, bro? She'll run into some branches. She'll run into a pole. She'll trip some. It is just like, yo, take your time. What are you doing? But this is what we see this. If you drive a lot, right? You see this with people driving in their cars. I live in Baltimore. People in Baltimore drive crazy. And I mean crazy. And so when you drive, everybody driving just like Silky said, everybody driving like they got somewhere to go, right? But then before you know it, 3 people done crashed up here, 4 people done crashed down there. You got an accident behind you, and now you stuck in traffic because everybody want to be the first to get somewhere. And so it's like, man, this is why the word on the street is you don't drive for yourself, you drive for everybody else.
Well, that's because we stuck in the rat race, you know, and people, everybody trying to climb to the top. Everybody want to be king of the hill. Everybody want to get their piece of the pie, you know, and everybody tired of the crumbs. Some of them want the whole pie. So, you know what I mean? It's just, it's a lot that can go into it, man. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just try to walk the path of the righteous man.
What's up, Brody? I see you down there in the comments. What it do, bro? Oh yeah. And that's, man, listen, that's what it's all about, living like. And we gotta understand that a lot of us that are out here doing this work have to understand that, yo, there's no handbook to life, bro. No handbook at all.
That part.
We out here, our ancestors had to make do with the best they had. Our immediate, you know, family members, if I could say, have to do with the best they had. We got to do with the best we got. Our offspring will have to do with the best with what they got. All we can do is admit the best part of what we gathered from life. You see what I'm saying? And then allow them to take that as far as they want to take it, you know?
And then not to mention, you kind of, you want to take life by the reins. You want to have a good grip on life. You know, you do life. You don't let life do you.
Don't let life do you. That's a fact.
Don't let life do you. You need to be doing life and stuff like that. I try to tell a lot of, like, I try to keep it a positive, keep it on a high note. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally, like I said, I'll be saving a lot. Like, I'll be doing so much stuff, but I try to even be a philanthropist. I do more philanthropy work than anything.
Yeah, keep that up. Keep grinding, keep working. Cause that's what I do. Like I tell people like, what do you really do? Yeah, I build community, bro. I bring people together, allow us to have a good time, talk, laugh, have conversation. You see what I'm saying? Keep the energy, keep the vibes high, right? And I want to talk about that. We was talking about naturalism earlier, right? And so when people hear me say things like vibrations or the energy, I want y'all to understand that this is a very natural thing. Everything in existence vibrate. Everything. Right? Every environment, like Silky was saying, right? Have a resonance to it. You can go into an environment and you can tell it right off the bat whether you belong or not. You see what I'm saying? And when we tune into this, it's not super, we could call it metaphysical, but we can't call it supernatural.
It's almost on a relativity tip.
It's frequency, bro. It's science.
It's a lot of
frequency.
Hold on,
it's frequency.
And then we got you, Jay Snake.
I was just saying, it's a lot of relativity and like it's cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? It's two things. You know, it's cause and effect. Your results.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And all those work in conjunction. They all work together. They're hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. You need one to do this. You need this to do that. So, and then that's going to give you this. It's all it's connected.
Exactly. Go ahead, Jay Snakes.
Oh, I was saying, when you said everything vibrates, I was saying that's a fact, and I was saying that another way to look at it is that everything has its own frequency, so everything moves and everything makes a sound as it moves, no matter what environment it is. You know what I'm saying? You can always record and find out somebody's frequency. That. Nigga, when you're getting investigated by the feds, that's how they know it's you, nigga, by your voice frequency. It can't be fake.
That's a fact right there, bro. No, that's a fact. And that's why there's a couple hard questions right? Philosophical questions that people really stumble up on. And one of them is, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? And the clear answer to that is yes, it makes a sound. The very fact that it is falling, it is creating sound waves. There's nobody around to hear the sound waves or pick up the sound waves, but that doesn't mean the sound waves isn't there.
Yeah, and those sound waves affect the environment around it, even if no one hears it.
Exactly. And all of this is natural. We could talk about all of this stuff, right? And I love these conversations. I appreciate y'all for these conversations. But the main point, and I want to keep bringing this up, because once again, people really misrepresent things, right? And so I want to keep looping the conversation around to naturalism, because it doesn't matter which route we go in life, right? Whether we talk about the metaphysical entities or happenings or phenomenon in life, whether we talk about the bug kingdom or the animal kingdom or the plant kingdom, the atmosphere, the biosphere, right? The core of the earth. It doesn't matter what we talk about. We're always going to lead back to a natural process to understand what that thing is. It doesn't matter if it's tangible. It doesn't matter if it's non-tangible. And that's the thing too. People think that if we can't see something, it doesn't exist. And that is, I don't get that. Right? Because we can't see air, but we know it exists. We can't see dark matter, but we know it exists. We can't see a lot of the suns out here in the galaxy, in the universe, but we know they exist. And so the very fact that people hold the stance that because something is not tangible, it can't exist. And I'm like, what? And then there's people out here who believe if something is intangible, then it must be supernatural.
Let me ask you this, Humble. Do you believe that they went to the moon? Do you believe they went to the moon back then? What was that, 1970?
1970.
In the 70s? Do you believe?
It was 1969. I believe it, bro, on everything. You'd be a fool
So
not
they
to
went to the
believe.
moon before they had AC. Hold on, just slow down. So they went to the moon before they had AC in cars. And not to mention they broadcasted from the moon without a drop call.
Yeah, bro.
So what satellite do you?
Bro, do you know that the internet? Hold up, Silky. I don't mean to cut you off. I kind of do, but I don't mean no disrespect by it. But do you know that the internet we use today, nigga, was available, nigga? It was called the internet. It was used by the fucking military, nigga, in the 60s. The shit we use right now.
I thought it was created by that black woman or the black man that created the internet.
Yeah, bro, look it up. Look it up if you don't believe me. It's called the internet, bro. The military's been using this since the 60s. That's how they communicated across the country, across the globe.
Well, we don't.
But you still need an antenna on the moon to broadcast back.
Hold on 1 second, because this is important. Any piece of technology we are using today or any time in history, the government and the military have most definitely used it first, years before they even introduced it to
Yeah,
them.
that's how technology comes out.
New is old to them.
So okay, let me rephrase it. Was it easier to go to the moon back in the 1969, or is it easier to go to the moon today?
It's easier to go to the moon today, of course.
But it's just as dangerous as it was in 1969 because there's also like countless probabilities that can happen while you're out in space. It's just as dangerous. It might be easy, but it's just as dangerous. Because look, if something happens, bro, say the engine's cut out or something, there's no turning around in space. You're going the velocity you're going until something equals that velocity the other way to stop you, and then you got to match that velocity to come back. You feel me? There's no
Okay, but you're still saying, hold on, wait. Hold on, everybody chill. So, but you're still saying that it was easier in so it was safer in 1969 than it is in 2026?
You're not listening. I said it's just as dangerous. You're clearly not listening, bro.
So listen, pay attention to what you're saying. So now it's just as dangerous, even though it's 2026 and they got new technology?
Just as dangerous.
It's still just
so it's equally as dangerous with from old technology to new technology, and it's equally as dangerous.
Yeah, you're rolling the dice every time you go out into space, bro. It's a hostile environment.
Really fast, if I may, one reason is still just as dangerous, right? Is because there's no instant transport for here. So say if Elon Musk was sending pilots to Mars, right? And the pilots go to Mars, and then they're on their way to Mars, right? And something happens, right? They got a side breach or something. There's no instant transmission from here to where they are.
He sees what I'm saying. He gets what I'm saying.
You see what I'm saying? So it's very dangerous.
So hold on. Okay, but so by your own logic and words, you're talking about instant transmission, as in a distress call. So you're saying
he's saying that as a rescue team, bro. A rescue team coming to get you.
Let me land my plane. So in 1969, they was able to get a transmission out better than they can get out in 2026.
No one said that, bro. You're saying shit and then saying we said it. This is coming out of your head.
Own logic against you. I'm using your own words.
No, you're not.
You're saying you said it's harmful, right? In 2026, it's more scary. It's more dangerous, or it's equally as dangerous. Do you want to say equally, even though we got more technology? Like we're supposed to be more advanced from 1969, right?
You clearly don't get the concept of space. Okay, let me ask you this, bro. Do you know how long it takes to get to Mars?
How long does it take?
Do you know how long it takes? It takes at the current speed and technology that we have. It takes 9 months to get to Mars, bro. So say during that 9-month trip, nigga, something happens on the 6th month. Boom, you got to make a call back to Earth, nigga. It takes at least 6 months to get to where you made the call at, but you're still traveling. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. You're not getting the concept, bro.
But they also talk about the Van Allen belt, right? That's the hot ring that they say we can't even go out there, otherwise everything's gonna get burned up. What they say, right? But still, you're saying that is so in like I said, you're comparing 1969 to 2026, and you're saying it's gonna be as harmful. Like they ain't worked the kinks out since 1969.
You compared it to that. You're the one doing
I'm just using logic. I'm just trying to make it.
You're not using no one's logic but your own, bro. You don't understand my logic.
You're saying it's easy. It's harmful, right? You're saying it was all about the rescue. Okay, great. So was it easier to rescue in 1969 than it is in 2026?
Nope, it's just as hard.
Like y'all aren't really saying nothing if you're talking about a rescue. Like,
but see, you're not.
You're not saying that. You don't understand what we're saying, bro. Listen. What you say sometimes shows how little you know. Sometimes it's better to just ask questions and don't be like you know everything and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because we can kind of tell, bro, with your answers.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. So
once again,
hold on 1 second, because I want to clear this up. That's a fact what Jay Snake said, because when we don't got to be experts at this stuff, but just when you study the vastness of space, right? And you understand that even if you travel to the speed of light, it still take you time to get where you're going to go. That's how vast space is. So if you're stuck somewhere, right, and you need immediate help, right, it's still just as dangerous to be stuck out there now as it was in 1950.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for articulating it that way.
To say that they was on the moon before they had air conditioning and cars is a little absurd. And then to say you broadcasted from the moon without no glitching, perfect call, perfect vocals and all that, and then you don't even get cell phones till a buku amount of years later, and you still thinking that they went out there, huh?
So if you see a shadow at night in your closet, is that the boogeyman, Silky D?
And they brought you some moon rocks, right? So you got your moon rocks, and you did what with your moon rocks? Oh, you found some bacteria. Okay. Is that it? So you did all this to go out there and just bring back some rocks. And we haven't got what did you get learn from your moon rocks, Jay? Humble? Since y'all are so into this space travel and going out of space, what'd you learn from the moon rocks? Tell me that. What is the big moon rock mystery that they gave you?
So what you learned from the moon, so what is publicly known about the terrain on the moon is that unlike rocks we have here, the rocks on the moon are hollow. And so when they landed, the one thing they found out was the moon rang like a bell, basically. And so they were able to do certain experiments on the moon to not only test the surface, right, but also the interior. So
they did seismic tests
with the rocks, with the rocks
seismic
themselves. What we also know is the microbes that is stuck within the terrain. So they have little microbes, they have little crystallines of hydrogen, which turned into hydrogen on the way back. And it's so interesting because this is how they know that on certain parts of the moon there used to be water. Man, you learn so much from the moon, bro.
Okay, it's funny you brought up water. Let me ask King Jay this. Jay, can you tell me how much of the ocean they studied? Jay Snake, can you tell me how much
King Jay?
Well, whatever, humble. Can you tell me how much of the ocean has been explored?
How much of the ocean has been explored? I'll say probably 1 to 5%, if that.
So just use your logic, use your head now.
Yeah,
so they're telling you they've only studied 1 to 5% of the ocean, and why have they only studied that percentage of it?
I just looked down at the comments. Let me put this up here because I did not read this until just now. That's so funny. That 5% in the ocean. I just guessed that. That's so funny. But what you say?
So they've only studied 5% of the ocean, and the biggest thing, you know why it's at 5%? Because they struggle on getting down there. Just dealing with the pressures of being in the ocean is severe. It's like it ain't nothing pretty, it ain't nothing nice. Hence why they are using robots and things like that to go down there. So you're saying so just pay attention what they're telling you. So you're saying they're better off studying Mars, the moon, and they barely studied what's here on the planet? What we could supposedly get access to is that they can't get access to down there because of the pressures.
Right.
When we're down there, it's like
that's the thing, right? The higher you go, the less pressure you have. The lower you go, the more pressure you have. So when it comes to traveling and reaching places because of the pressure, right? Our rocket ships are not meant to travel in water, right? They're meant to travel through what do we want to call it? The aerosphere, right? They're meant to travel in the air. Now, if you throw one of them in the ocean, I'm pretty sure by I say 150 feet down, maybe even a little lower than that, 200-300 feet down, they're gonna implode, right? You seen what happened to that submarine down there? Them rich people wanted to get on that submarine and thought it was cool.
He made it out of carbon fiber. It was made out of which is absurd, but still, the pressures down there is like they say it's like an expedition on every inch of your body, like pressing down on you is the pressures that is down there. But the reason that they're not they've only studied 5% of it is because it's too extreme for them to study. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta think about the weather. You got to think about getting out there, supply, food, everything that it takes to be, and then hanging out in the middle of the ocean in certain areas is hazardous. You know what I'm saying? Certain areas they can't search, they can't even
That's
be
why
out
they
there
use
for
that
too
to train
long.
for space.
So, well, the training for space thing is if you can't deal with the ocean, if you can't even deal with what's on the planet, if on the planet is too extreme for you, and you're telling me you're gonna go outside the planet and go past the moon, sun, all that, you're going out of our atmosphere into the vacuum and all that, right?
But you're not going
And you're
past
saying
the sun and the
you're
moon,
saying
bro.
that's easier than being in the stud than our oceans.
No one said that but you. Who did me? I don't remember me or Humble saying it was easier to do that than study the ocean. I
Well,
don't
I'm
remember
asking
that.
you, which is it? I'm asking you, which is it?
It's easier to study the oceans. We
I
studied
would say,
even hold up. You said we studied like about like what 5% or math 5%.
mhm,
Barely.
We've studied in person as a person less than that of the moon, bro.
yeah.
So less than what is the percentage? They studied the moon now. Okay, how? Well, yeah, you got the
No,
other side, the
I'm
dark
saying
side, as they say.
you're saying less than 5% of that's been studied by humans, like personally by humans in the ocean. I'm saying less than that has been studied personally by humans on the ground on the moon. You know what I'm saying? Less
They
than
said it
5%.
wasn't even nothing on the moon, right? It wasn't no moon, man. It wasn't. It wasn't nothing on the moon that they found, right?
What does that got to do with studying it? With being there? You keep
Well,
bringing
you
up shit
study
no one says,
something.
bro.
You're studying
That's
something
stupid,
that
bro.
wasn't
That's
even
kind of
nothing
dumb
there.
to keep bringing up shit no one says and then saying we said it. That's kind of
Well,
weird.
no, I'm
So,
just using your own logic against you, and you're having
You
issues
keep
with it. I'm
saying
just
that, bro.
exposing it.
You don't even understand my logic, so how can you use it against me? That
oh,
makes
Snap,
even less
what's up?
sense.
Oh,
What's up?
you're
Yo, bro,
saying
you
the
my
risk of
problem,
going
bro.
to the moon.
What's
You
up,
stood
bro?
on the risk of going to the moon. I used the risk of the ocean
I'm not
to
even
equate
on.
with
Hold up,
that.
hold up. How am I on the risk of it when I'm telling you the percentages that haven't even been studied yet? See what I'm saying? You still putting words. You projecting, bro. That don't work with me.
What exactly are you studying out there? Y'all using telescopes, right? Y'all ain't flying out there. It ain't like y'all got round trips going over there.
Wait. The James Webb Telescope is most definitely out there.
Yeah, it's been traveling. What's that? 30 years, 20 years? How long that one been going out?
Nigga,
And it's supposed to be.
it just got out there 2-3 years ago, bro.
I was about
Stop
to
it.
say
You don't
It
know
that
what
finally
you're
made
talking
it
telescope
about.
just got
to
out
the
You don't
area.
know what you're talking about, Silky. Stop it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes what you say shows how little you know, bro.
So you sent the telescope, but you're not sending people. No robot,
What about
nothing. So you got your
what
still
about the
frame pictures and you got your
experience?
calculations, and it told you what? It was a black hole out there. The sun, something's radiating energy. It told you that, right?
You think
And
that's all the
that's your
James
big.
Webb Telescope tell you?
You say, huh?
You think that's all they did? And I was just trying to figure that out, Roy Chess. That's so funny. They sent the dog and Sputnik. That's some funny stuff. I was just trying to figure that out. Yeah.
What about the Luciferian telescope that they got on Earth? It's a telescope called Lucy,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's the
cool.
most.
No, that's true, and I think it's the Vatican's telescope, if I'm not mistaken, bro. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's the Vatican's telescope.
Well,
It's
you
the
know
most
how they gonna try
powerful
to flip it
telescope.
around and say, Lucifer was the light bearer, he was the bringer of knowledge, and this is, how they gonna try to flip it.
But you got to understand too as well is that the Vatican holds our secrets, our ancient text. You know, that's how they develop dogma. They use our um, system of not religion but spirituality and then put it into religion and weaponize. So what the brother said about the oceans, it's only 5 to 8% of the ocean that's been charted. You know, only thing that the Mariana Trench is what the so-called deepest, but it's deeper oceans than that, because if you all look up that a scientist, he had discovered that up under one of the parts of the deepest parts of the ocean, it was a river up under.
I was just that's a fact. Do y'all know that that's crazy, bro? Now that right there, that's a new level of crazy. The ocean got rivers. That's crazy, bro.
But then
that's what they say. Different type of water.
They're called currents. That's what currents are. Currents are rivers of water that's either a different temperature or going a different direction.
Yeah.
But this is at the depth of. This is not dividing seawater from fresh bull shark taking a depth to.
She was referring to pockets of water, I believe.
Bro, AI is getting out of hand, bro. I just want the YouTube to like look for this little video of what Maida was talking about. Why my YouTube tell me ask a question or search for a video? What you mean ask a question or search for a video? When am I able to ask YouTube questions? What's going on here, bro?
I mean, but the big plan is for them to be supposedly sending the robots out there, and the robots are supposed to do all the work, I'm guessing.
That would be smarter, though. That would be smarter, because it would take the danger. You know how we're arguing about if it's dangerous more then or not, or if it still is. That would take all the danger out of it. Send robots.
Internet on my phone tripping.
I mean, but that's still, even if they like I said, they got to get to it first.
But they're already doing that. What do you think the rovers are? What do you think the 2 rovers they sent to Mars, those are robots?
Okay, what's...
Hold on,
yeah, they got them out there, but they not really. You need boots on the ground.
That's why you're not able to float
the Voyager satellite robot.
The higher salt content in the seawater makes it more dense. So, relatively speaking, you become less dense and rise to the surface. It's the same with an underwater lake. That incredibly salty water is more dense than the seawater around it. So it sits at the very bottom of the ocean, collecting in the natural depressions on the sea floor. In fact, the water here is so salty and so dense that a submersible literally bounces off the surface like a trampoline. Theoretically, if you were able to breathe and survive the pressure down there, the surface of the lake would feel like a giant waterbed. Scientists call these underwater lakes brine pools, and they can stretch up to 20 kilometers in length, forming majestic lakes, rivers, and even underwater waterfalls. But even more curiously, they can reach hundreds of meters in depth.
Did he say underwater waterfalls, bro?
Oh, there's one. I think it's in Africa. Man, I wish I could share it. There's an underwater waterfall you can see from like the air and shit. They give tours. That shit looks dope. It looks fake and shit.
Crazy.
Do you know how much stuff is on the bottom of the ocean that they can't even pull up?
Now watch this. Here's the thing about this, right?
They can't even engineer stuff to go down to the ocean and collect stuff, but they're supposed they can leave the planet.
This is important. So people will hear this, right? And they'd be like, look, y'all, it's places under the water that defy logic and defy physics. But they wouldn't actually take the time out to actually study the denseness and the saltiness, right? The reason this water is able to stick down there. They wouldn't be able to do that. That's crazy. But that's crazy, bro. That I just wanted
But
to show y'all.
That
you know
salt
what's
play a big
even
factor.
you know what's even crazier? That they never put a drone or a sub down there to go into those waters.
Yeah, it says submergence bounce off of it like a bubble. So they can't
No,
put
they
anything down there. Every time they try to submerge something down there, it pop back up.
so
That's
okay.
crazy.
So we go to the saying as above, so below. Do you think that we have the technology to break through the firmament? But yet still we don't have the technology to map out the seas and the ocean.
What
Make it make
firmament?
sense.
You mean the atmosphere? I mean, what firmament?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I was about to say the firmament
yeah.
and the bottom of the ocean are two different things. You see what I'm saying?
Now that's not in
We
biblical
got, and
text.
that's what we're talking about. James Webb Telescope. Now we have telescopes in space, right? That's far. They not close to us or orbiting around anywhere close to. They are out in space, right?
Man,
And
they
we
doing
got
that from here. They doing that from the ground, bro. Cause for the
And they
simple
wrapped them
fact,
in aluminum foil.
They doing what from the
why
ground? They
why I
doing what
think
from the
that
ground?
is because how come they can't do that in the ocean? But
They can't do what in the
like
ocean? Why would they need a telescope in the ocean?
can't map
Why would they
they
need a motherfucking telescope in the ocean, my nigga?
they never mapped out. It's only I'm talking about the most. I would say 8% of the oceans that's been mapped. Do you know the Earth is like what 85% water? But
70
then at the
at
same
best. 70 at best.
Tell you how big of a gap they messing with. And even Antarctica, they ain't studied much of
time,
that. Like they still trying to
and they but then if you go into the biblical text, it say God separated what the waters and the firmament from each other, as if we can go back to the saying of as above, so below. You
And the
know,
Bible
it's
also
so much
talks about
pressure.
talking donkeys and snakes, and there's really none of those. I
Yeah.
mean, I haven't seen one. I mean, I'm Jay Snake. I guess you could say I'm a talking snake, but I ain't seen a
look
talking
at this.
donkey. You
This
feel
is
me?
views and
live in a
images from
well.
James Webb Telescope, bro. This, like, how are we saying that this isn't real?
Right. Like, nigga, when you look up to the sky, you see that at night. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how is
So,
that not real?
so all those
They've given you
stars,
fake images before.
man, all those stars, all those stars around that telescope, and they not bumped into now one of them. Come
What do you
on,
Those are.
man.
mean? What do you mean it didn't
Oh
bump into?
no, he didn't just
I'm
do.
talking about.
Hold up, bro.
How,
Time
how would
out.
they how would they bump into the stars?
Let's stop right here. Let's stop. Let's
No,
stop
he's
for a
Well,
saying
second.
they didn't have telescopes back in the
Hold
Kemet.
on.
They didn't have no telescopes,
Hold
but they
on one
knew about
second.
all the
Hold on, Silky
stars.
D. Hold on one second, Silky D.
yeah.
So these here, right? What you're seeing,
That's either a
what
supernova
you're
or a nebula.
what you're seeing is the light, number one. So you're not even seeing the star as it is. You're seeing the light from the star, right? That's number one. But number
And then it's
two,
thousands of
do
years later,
you
right?
know? Hold on one second. Do you know how far away these stars are? They're not just right there. The telescope ain't just zooming in and turning around and just passing through no stars. That's not how this works. No, these stars are light years away, thousands and millions of light years away. You just see the light from them because they're so bright.
Man,
Look at this, and I
that's
ain't even
all.
got
I would say that's
crazy images. Now, do anybody know why these are called the pillars of creation?
What is that supposed to be? The start of the cosmos?
Not the cosmos.
That's
why? Because of stars being born in them.
This is the dust cloud.
That's the asteroid belt.
That the solar system was emerged from. Yeah.
That right. That's not a picture. That's not what the pillars.
I paused it.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not what they look like. They look like three fingers pointing up and shit. They look like three fingers and shit.
They zooming into it. And they
Okay.
also looking at this from a different lens too. This is not in infrared. This is a different type of lens. So they're looking through the cloud. They actually allowed to look through the clouds. Mind you, when the other telescope was up there, it didn't have the power to look through these clouds. Now, this telescope has the power to look through the clouds.
Yeah, the one before it was the Hubble. It seen some shit, but it ain't as good as the new one.
Yeah, as a James Webb, nah.
So would you say that is life out there other than Earth?
I mean, mathematically, it has to be if you go by possibilities and shit like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think there's not proof of it. There's not absolute proof of it, but I think so. Like, it'd have to be a impossibility for it not to be.
Well, here's the thing, right? It's proven that there's life out there. It's not us. It ain't lions, tigers, monkeys, giraffes, and shit like that. But there is microbial life out there. There is different.
Well, how you know?
Because it's a study, bro. Like, I'm just not telling. I'm just not.
I'm talking about like
microbial. That's like a small.
They said they say they have a meteorite from Mars. That, you know what I mean, like a asteroid hit Mars so hard that a piece fell off of Mars and flew out into space and hit like the Antarctic, and they found it, and they said that there's bacteria in it, but it could be cross contamination, and there's like really it's proven to be from Mars, like chemically tested and all that shit, but you know what I mean, it's not a fact that there's like that shit's, because they're fossils, they're microbial fossils, but they could be something else.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Now science is starting to look back in the early 19th century. All sciences had the idea, if we were looking for, at this point, science was already at the brink of wherever we find water, we find life. Okay, cool. They started looking for places with water. Now they're at the point that maybe life outside of this planet just don't take the form or the substance, or is not like for an example, maybe life outside of this planet is not carbon based. All life on this planet is carbon based, but then maybe there's some other type of life form out there that's based on another element of things.
We don't even gotta say life forms. We could just say intelligence. We could just say, is there any other forms out there that are walking, that could leave a footstep? We need the evidence. We need something left behind. Can we get an alien gun? We ain't got none of that.
What?
But you talking about, see, when we think about life, and that's the thing, right? When we think about life definitely on other planets, a lot of people think so narrowly, right? We don't even think about the variety of life we have here on our planet. And so if we find anything close to any of that, that'll be astonishing, right? Let's find a planet with trees on it, right? But now think about it. I just said, now maybe life on other planets may have a different chemical makeup than life here. It may not be carbon based. So it may be something or another speciation that formed that adopted to take in another chemical or survive off of another chemical. You see what I'm saying? These things are possible.
I got to give you some pushback on that, because you saying carbon based. Every meteor and samples that they've done, so-called collected, had carbon in it. That's
Stardust.
That's just like
yes.
That's
carbon
just like us. We carbon based.
Yes.
But we are carbon based. You did. So
Yeah, but what Mystic's trying to say is like maybe on another planet things are silicone based. You feel me?
Right.
Like the life might look like rocks or something, like that new movie that came out, or they might be phosphorus based. You know what I'm saying? They might breathe ammonia instead of oxygen, stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I
appreciate that,
could
Jay.
feel
Yes.
you now, but I feel because once upon a time, atmosphere and oxygen was different.
Yeah.
Because we don't
Now,
breathe the same air.
let's not
ancestors.
forget that there are such things as super Earths. Right? So let's not forget that there are planets out here that are bigger than our planet, right? That have the same environments as our planet.
Exactly.
So you're saying that planet came first, or it would be more, I guess, evolved or progressed?
It might
Earth. We got the youngest,
depending on
right?
how far away it is.
But they call them super Earths because they're bigger.
Because they're bigger, yeah, like Kepler 2b or KB or whatever the fuck it's called.
But they still haven't found any life forms on any of these.
They haven't been. They haven't been there.
They haven't been there yet.
We haven't been there. How
They
you gonna
sent
go
telescopes
40?
over there and everything.
How you gonna go 49 light years? You know how to travel 49 light years?
Yeah.
You know how many regular? You know how many regular years 49 light years is?
You sent out telescopes. You sent out signals. You sent out all type of stuff, and you got nothing back but bacteria.
I mean, if
But-
you are
but-
bacteria,
They should call you Simple D, my nigga. I'm gonna keep that 100.
if you
So,
are
man, if all you got
bacteria,
is math, man, you exposing your IQ.
Hold on, this is important.
Yeah, he had academics.
Hey, Silky, hold on. Hey, Silky, if you are bacteria who haven't built a cell phone yet, and somebody sends a signal to your planet, how would you be able to send one back?
So now you're saying that I guess the other planets and the other life forms would be inferior to us?
Now you're looking at it too narrow-minded.
Signal, hold on. If
You're
you
looking
are
at it too
sending
narrow-minded.
a signal to something that is
Okay.
microbial, or let's say you're sending a signal to a tree, right?
Or what if it's an ocean world and they live in the water, so they send sound waves, sonar. So the shit's gonna take longer than like that because it's a sound. You feel me?
Well, we would have
You're
fish.
thinking
We would
inside the
have-
box, bro. You're thinking inside the box.
We would have fish to deal with that if they're going to talk about it like that. But see how you're reduced to microbial and bacteria? You see how they reduced you to the smallest life form, to the smallest, most minutest life forms you can even think of to be your example of a full life form.
I mean, but
come on,
life
you gotta
is
pay
life.
attention.
Life is
Boy,
life, bro.
Yeah. Simple, all right. I see.
Okay.
I see you down there. Hey man, listen, I'm trying to keep afloat, y'all. I'm being honest with y'all right now. I am trying to keep afloat. My laptop is going down by the hour. My laptop is on 5%, y'all, and I'm trying not to let it die. But I think I am going to have to wrap it up because it's not behaving itself, and it keeps dying and draining, and I can't get it to charge. So
y'all give me shot on the game anyway. So yeah, I appreciate y'all letting me on the panel.
Shut it
Peace.
down.
I appreciate being on the panel tonight. You know, good little build, even though we don't agree with each other, but it was still a good little build. And you know what I mean? I apologize for the ad hominem in the half that I gave you, Silky D. I meant it all the way, but I apologize for it. You know what I mean?
I feel you, man. Likewise, man. The feeling's mutual.
Can I add this? Before everybody go? Okay, the signals that you said, okay, we put out, and like say if another intelligent form pick up that signal and say, man, let me check these niggas out. And then they actually check us out and they gonna be like, man, them some ruthless, retarded ass excuse me. They just ruthless.
Yeah.
Well,
They
man,
sending
why
out
should we-
mathematics. It's mathematical.
No,
like they're
because-
sending like because math is supposed to be universal because they're supposed to be able to if they're building stuff they should be able to have some type of mathematics. So that's kind of how they.
But you know
What
what's
if they tell
interesting?
they
To
telescope is
piggyback off
way
what you
greater?
said, Williams, right? What's his name, man? Neil deGrasse Tyson had a example, right? He had a parallel. He said, bro, what if life, right, was what he was talking about.
Now you're getting into multi-universes.
No. It goes into what Mater was saying, right? He said, what if life, right? What if there were aliens out here who were chlorophyll-based life, right? Which mean they were plants, they were greenery, and they came here and landed, right? He said, they'd think we're some of the most wicked people in the galaxy. They walk around, they looking at us munching on lettuce and spinach and carrots, and they like, what type of things are these? They haul at. I'm telling y'all.
Man, first thing these white folks gonna do is try to dissect it.
But if they show up, though, they're supposed to show up with advanced weaponry. They're supposed to show up with advanced technology. They're supposed to show up with things we ain't never, like hovercraft, all that, manipulating gravity. They're supposed to show up with the advancement.
What if they go up under cosmic law?
That's fact.
What if they go up under cosmic?
What if just so people take intelligence, right, and they stick that to technological advancements?
That was a good point, Mr. Williams.
What if they were a peaceful race? So they come in here as explorers. They not coming here to take nothing over. They want to see what we about.
Intelligence comes in many forms.
We just murdering each other like right. You know what I'm saying? They looking at us like an ant farm that committing genocide on each other. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all wasting your time killing each other, and it's a whole galaxy out there.
You know what? And that's why I sympathize with Neil deGrasse Tyson's point on aliens. If there are aliens, one or two things are going to happen. If there are aliens and we find them first, then we have to be more intelligent than them when it comes to technological advancements. If there are aliens, right, and they're there and they haven't came down here to mess with us, then they're way more technologically and logically advanced than us, and they're not even wasting their time dealing with us. Because
they're not wasting. But they're not wasting their time because of how treacherous and ruthless we is.
Yeah,
you know, that's just like we going like a white what you call it missionaries going to Africa to teach them how to what Jesus and everything is about.
Facts.
And then leave off with their land and things like that. Come on, man.
Yeah. Go ahead.
They're not gonna waste their time. They're not gonna waste their time with some treacherous, ruthless, cannibal, genocide people. Why?
Yeah.
I just like to look at it like this. Just remember, we would never have a rocket if it wasn't for the German scientists. If it wasn't for them going over there, getting them German scientists, we wouldn't have a rocket and we wouldn't have rockets.
I mean, hey.
But you see all of that on the walls of Kim. You see,
they did have a few little spaceship looking, cockpit looking figures, and they got a good point.
Yeah.
You know,
hey man, we gotta start closing out. I don't want my laptop to die on y'all, so we gotta start closing out, man. We're gonna start with Mater Williams. You got any last words, brother?
Man, I appreciate the panel. Man, hey, it was a good build. It was respectful, and I like it. You know, we was everywhere, but on the same page, though.
Exactly.
You know, we hit every. I'm talking about. I don't think we left a topic untouched, and that's fine with me. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you, brothers, man. And man, next time, man, I'm here. You know, I'm gonna support the channel.
On through. You know, you always welcome. Come on through, Elder.
I'm gonna support the channel, and you know, because I like it the way it's not pseudo, but it's thinking outside the box.
Exactly.
You know, and everybody throws pseudo out so loosely without even just taking the time just to think. You know, and I appreciate the build, and I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Most definitely. I appreciate you. Hey, I hope to see more of you, brother. I hope to see more of you. Go ahead, Silky D.
Yeah, man, I already peace to the panel. You know what I'm talking about. One love. Everybody hit the likes. Yeah, I had to throw a little something out there, man, to get some action on the table. You know what I'm saying? So had to give y'all a little pushback, man, just to get y'all going. But yeah, we good, man. Yeah, we touch all topics. You feel me? I'm well versed in many things. So but yeah, we got to think out the box. We can't take everything hook, line, and sinker, but you also got to take everything with a grain of salt. But you also want to hold everything to max scrutiny. So you know what I'm saying? Put on your thinking caps, man. Put on your thinking caps.
Most
always
definitely.
A pleasure, humble man. I've been rooting for you for a while, man. Always a pleasure.
No, I appreciate you, brother Silky. I appreciate you, and I'm gonna close this out, man. I wanna thank all the engagement in the comments. Roy Chess, shout out to brother A1. Shout out my man Jay Snakes came and joined us on the panel today. Dropped some information. Always appreciative. Babylon Dunn, my man, came up here as well. He ain't stay long, but I appreciate you. Y'all already know my man Cosmon came through. You should have came on the panel, Cosmon. That's what you should have did. You should have came up here on the panel. You listen, a man gotta work. So I appreciate you, man. Keep doing what you do, Cosmon, man. Take care of that family is yours, brother. Keep your head up. And we got a manual in the building. I want to appreciate all of y'all. Today was a good show. I pretty much just came through, as y'all see. Hold on, let me turn my head. A student of naturalism, and I just wanted to share a little information about what naturalism was, just to give the family something, so they can something of substance, so they can go and take some information and go research that, and come back and sit down and let's have a conversation about it. I want to appreciate my brother A1 once again. I want to give a special shout out to my brother Quantum Onlyism. My man was back here hitting the ones and twos. We was up here having some good conversation. And with that, family, I'm gonna hit this last commercial and we out of here.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look